What happens when a dream becomes reality? When the freedom of being the underdog evolves to the responsibility of being a leader? When growth is no longer surprising? Success no longer the story? Their standards. So what now? Do you look behind you and long for simpler times? Or do you firmly grab the torch and accept the weight of being the one who defines what comes next?
Win, Calvin Heimberg.
Yeah!
Adam Ham is a 4-time Elite Series champion.
Ella Hansen has eagled hole 18 4 times this tournament.
Mr. Niklas Antala, feeling like a bad boy right now.
Cadence Urge, her first big PGPT victory.
What a shot!
The GOAT is back on top.
Here, in 2026 on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, there's a blank page waiting in the history books, and it just takes someone to pick up the pen and start to write. Join us as the story of this wonderful game continues to be written and the future continues to be defined, right here on the Disc Golf Network.
Born from an old limestone quarry on Florida's Adventure Coast, Olympus stands as a story of renewal. Once nearly lost to development, revived in 23 when Macbeth and Cease saw potential for something timeless. Now the longleaf pines and palmettos frame the fairways, where the echoes of our sports history meet the promise of a new season and begin the chase for the Powerball Cup. Missy Gannon. Not her best event to start things out. Only one of 3 finishes outside the top 10 last year. Paige Pierce finished her season hot, as did Holland, taking down that tour championship. Our defending champion on the putting green. Looking pretty locked in with those over ears. Welcome back into the Disc Golf Network. It is an honor to be rejoining you guys. I am Nate Perkins here with 4-time world champion and Hall of Famer Val Jenkins. Val, what does it mean to you that the season has returned?
Well, just seeing that intro sent chills up and down my spine because it was such an epic season last year. I mean, there were so many storylines, and I think this event specifically is a really exciting start. I mean, last year in that final round, we had 6 women in contention to get their year off on a high note. Ella Hansen, she plays really well out in this course. We'll see how she can handle being the defending champ.
Well, 3 out of our top 5 throwers from the 2025 season went into a 3-way playoff, and here they are. Evelina not returning to this event. Val, what do you make of that?
Right, she won it back in 2024. She had that eagle right there to get into the 3-way playoff last year. Ended up getting 3rd place. She got bumped out, and it was Ella and Holland going round 2 on the playoff hole. And bummed to see Evelina not making the show this year.
And it ended up taking back-to-back eagles from Ella with the big forehand. The big power forehand is going to play again this year. They did make a lot of significant changes to the FPO layout. A little shorter, but a little more technical on that front 9. What do you make of the changes so far?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to watch. I mean, things do get more technical. They're going to have to throw more angled shots, make the disc work through those trees rather than just a straight shot and then allowing a disc to fade either direction. So I think, it's going to be a little bit more tricky, and we'll see if really those throwers can really put on the show.
We're going to jump right into some round 1 highlights here. FPO, as you know, they're up and at it early. The rain looming in the distance. It looks like FPO is going to avoid it. Holland on the tee of 1 inside and early with the backhand, but it punches through. That's a look. Now Michigan's Peyton Kohut, her DGPT debut. She's in for birdie from C1. Illinois' Addison Woodard back on the first. Plenty of pace. Back on edge. That's 18 feet for birdie. .45 feet from Hanley. Doesn't want it. Owen Scoggins is bogey free this morning. Has just dropped 1 putt from inside the circle. Here she is for a birdie on the 9th. That is a 5 under front 9, folks.
A birdie and 9? Over 400 feet? I mean, Owen always says she doesn't have the distance, but that's a crush to give yourself a birdie putt on that hole.
Owen is rewriting what is possible at the FPO level well into her 40s.
That's an incredible start. We saw 7 under last year. Missy Gannon got that course record, and then in the final round, Kat Merch shot an 8 under. So Owen is well on pace right now. 9 holes left to go.
Technical thrower out of Texas. Mandujano pulls it a little right, but gets some love and pushes her back down the center of the fairway.
You do not want to hit early off of that tee pad. I mean, look at how thick the brush is on either side and behind. It is very thick. If you hit anything off of this tee, you want to get clean and through like we saw from Val.
So Addison did connect for that birdie on the first. Smooth release on the second. A little too smooth. She has gone deep. Holland was early out of the hand on the first. Let's see if she can make that correction. Dare we say a little overcorrection. Val also gets a little fortunate on that right side. She finds the fairway. And the Lens twin takes it just inside that back wall. One of the more significant changes on the front nine. Val, talk about this tee shot.
Yeah, this is just so treacherous. I mean, you have the trees lining both sides, so it's a very narrow window they have to hit. And then there's that sloping hillside. You don't want to throw too low, so you have to have the perfect height, the perfect line to punch out into the open here. And then it's got to start to put on the brakes. You don't want to go too far. You want to land right here in the middle of this grassy opening to really open up that second shot. So it's kind of a blind landing zone from the tee pad, but hopefully you're in the short grass. It opens up here, and the basket's going to be tucked around here on the right. You have a sloping green, so you really want to just dig the disc right into that hillside and hope it stays. I mean, there's a lot of roots and a lot of rocks, a lot of things you could hit. It's just really not a safe landing zone anywhere near the basket.
Holland out of position. Puts a ton of pace on this. And we can see just how raw this green is. New basket placement. Don't have to move it that much back to the right. But as you mentioned, it's hard to stick it in that hillside.
Yeah, and from where Holland was, that is just out of position. It's tough to access the green from that left side. You'd rather have this view like Val does, where you can throw right up the gap. She doesn't get all the distance, but from there, she can now have more control over just a pitch up to the basket. You can get a little bit more around the corner, a little farther down the fairway than Val was, then you can have a little more confidence going for the green or getting closer to this pin. But it's going to be a great birdie if we see one this week.
Addison pushed hers a bit too straight. She'll be blind to the green and overturns this forehand. There's that Florida sawgrass. Those are tough bunkers to play out of. Owen Scoggins on the 10th. She was clean on the front. Can she keep it going?
This is a ridgeline hole. Owen was right down the center, and thankfully it stays on top. Connecting with those trees can just be so brutal. Get huge kicks down the hill.
Jordan, a nice gentle forehand into the edge of the circle, and we're going to see that somewhat often, that rollout here on the second. This season delivers more live disc golf than ever. Enjoy the first hour of live coverage from every round, every event for free on YouTube. This special live coverage is made possible by Powerball. Can hardly believe that Powerball partnership, Val.
That's huge.
Disc golf is going places. Own to keep it clean. No problem. Just outside the bullseye.
Thanks for buying
Do we have our code or something?
I thought it was great. Across the board, it was great.
Paige Pierce, Missy Gannon, Ella Hansen. Val, what was it like for you showing up to that first event of the season? What do you think these players are going through?
It's like a reunion. It's fun to see the players you haven't seen all off season. I mean, they become family when you're out on tour. So it's a fun, exciting, little anxious.
All right, guys, first round, I've got notes for you. Tournament director has granted up to 2 meters relief from OB lines only where barbed wire is present within 1 meter of the OB line. So if the barbed wire is within 1 meter of the OB line, then you get 2 meters relief. It's a thing on 2, 3, 4, 10, and 11. Players must note extensions and any courtesy violations on their official scorecard. There's a spot there where you can make a note. Required relief is now marked in red, while casual areas are marked in blue, and this is going to be consistent throughout the GGPT elites and the majors. The certified official sponsor on it.
Addison from the Sawgrass has a lane. Hits the base of the pin. 12 feet left for the par. Watch this little nose up floater. Val's so good at those, and even that runs away from her.
And that is very steep for where she'll be putting from. There is a flat area just to the right of the basket that the players can aim for. That should be good if it stays up top.
Here is your trivia presented by Slapshot. Only 4 FPO unique players have won the first DGPT event of the year. Who are the 4 players?
Well, I know in this event we've got Ella Hansen, we've got Evelina. It's too early for me. I'm just getting my second cup of coffee to even think farther than 2 years ago or past this event.
I was like a big pusher for that rule, so it's.
Do you call them as it's happening?
Well, that has to
You
be
can
one
call
of
it
them right
after.
there.
You don't have to like interrupt someone's throw, but it's just like you can call it yourself if you want more time, and if you go over 30 seconds or 45.
Ella explaining a new time extension rule implemented by the PDGA.
I think we are all really curious to see how that's going to play out this season. Owen had more like 18 feet on that par cleanup. Just so comfortable from C1X. She led last season. Also a comfortable cleanup from Manduhano. And we are just about an hour north of Tampa Bay up here. We're about 30 minutes east of Florida's Gulf Coast here in Brooksville. Fans are showing up for this FPO morning round. Our lead card, featured card for round 1, teeing off in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Here, the journey is as exciting as the destination. Every turn reveals something new. Hidden trails, crystal waters, and unforgettable moments. Whether you're exploring the outdoors or losing track of time, the possibilities are endless. It's where adventure comes alive, and memories are yours to make. Come find your escape, your next big play. Florida's Adventure Coast, Brooksville, Wekiwachi, nature's place to play.
belongs to all of us. Built for something great. Built from something greater. Not by one player or one fan, but by the ones who showed up. And this game belongs to all of us. Every voice, every moment, every championship doesn't exist without you. And when the next season starts, we rise together.
It's more than a shave. It's the first thing people notice about you. Level up with Barbasol for a clean, smooth finish every time. It's America's #1 brand of shaving cream for a reason. No need to pay more for other brands. Barbasol delivers a thick and rich instant lather that simply gets the job done. Shave with confidence, knowing you're using Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Because it's more than a shave. It's Barbasol.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
Taking a look at our early scores from the Supreme Flight Open. Owen Scoggins 5 down on the front. Jessica Gerthy, no stranger to the Olympus track. Cadence Burge also playing well. We're dropping in with the featured card here.
This is the 935.
Forehand, Missy?
And this is our feature card. And teeing off first, she is your returning and defending Supreme Flight Open champion from Seattle, Washington, Ella Hansen.
Ella led the field in tee to green at last year's Supreme Flight. That's a great start for her. 20 feet left for birdie.
She's the 5-time world champion from Pensacola, Florida, Paige Pierce.
Thank you.
Fell right out of her hand.
Then,
didn't push
from
through.
Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon.
Little Captain's Thrasher flex for Gannon on the first. We'll be seeing a lot of that disc and a lot of that angle.
And from Pensacola, Florida, Madison Walker.
history out here, playing this track when it used to be the throw down the mountain. Owens Goggins on the 11th. One of the changes on this back nine, it's now a par 4.
But still a beautiful tee shot. Owen, perfect height over that hillside. It's one of the last trees, but that's still in good position.
Holland on the 3rd. They shortened this one up quite a bit. If you are on the road, you have likely less than 120 to the pin.
I do like the change that they've made to hole 1. Tee used to be over to the right, and now it's just straight up the gut. And from where Paige threw, I mean, there's no chance. If you throw early, you're going to get hung up by those trees. The error to make is off to the right. At least it gives you a chance at a putt. A lot less focus the players have to have on that second shot up the hill.
Owen, after squaring up that fairway tree, it's still possible to get up and down. She finds a gap and pushes just to the other side of that cedar bunker. Here's Holland. Look at this, Val. Most of the work on the 3rd can be done off the tee. Feels from that distance, she has no choice but to lay up. But what about this distance for par?
And it's for par. I still think it's a pretty scary putt to run at. There's a slight slope behind the pin, and thankfully Paige hits short, stays, hits flat on the ground. We've seen rollaways in the past, and once you start rolling down that hill, then trees also come into play, so it's tough to recover. This is green light all day, though, for Ella Hansen to get her round going. Little soft. Just looked like a nervy putt from my angle. Just the first putt of the round is always, you just got those nerves riding sky high, and there's a lot of expectations for Ella, especially starting this first round.
Well, Ella was top 5 in tee to green, but she put 68% from C1X last season. And we've got Brian Earhart down on the ground. Brian, talk to us. How's the weather out in Brooksville?
He's probably just out sunning himself at the moment, a little too busy to talk to us. Hopefully he'll catch up.
Holland, left side, gets it to stick.
So now that we're at the top of the basket, there's that OB line very close to the pin.
Good. Holland will have a little cleanup to stay bogey free. Val in for birdie. I have a hunch hole 3 might be the new easiest hole on the track. This is Canada's Karen Martel. In Quebec, she's in for birdie from the edge of C1.
And the fun thing about the first event of the season, we're going to see a lot of new names, some new faces joining the tour. So it's exciting, and this really allows them to set the bar, make a name for themselves, and I can't wait to see what happens this year. Last year was a total shakeup of, best in the world. Kristen left the tour, opened up the door for everybody else, and I mean, they came to play.
We're certainly still feeling that loss. Kristen is still technically the #1 player in the world and seemingly retired. It's hard to even imagine. Missy inside on the second. Ella also a little inside, but pushes all the way through, and look at the distance.
That was huge. The height was so much better out of Ella's shot. She was able to clear that hillside, no problem. And I love that stability of the disc as it made its way around the corner after punching out the gap. Not quite sure if Madison was able to get out.
Inside for Paige. That's 2 in a row.
They talk about Florida, and they used to call this course Throw Down the Mountain.
That's right.
There is some elevation out on this course, but we're still in Florida. I mean, you can see quite a ways on this horizon. I don't see any dark clouds yet, but you said storms are coming.
They're looming. Fortunately, FPO is going to avoid the bad weather. Look at that, 99% humidity. Certainly not that here in the high desert Val. 67 degrees Fahrenheit, so a nice, cool, calm, humid morning. MPO is looking at about an inch of rain starting at 2 p.m. Here's Pierce. Tough spot. Takes the fierce. An up and down is possible, but she's well back in that fairway. Tickets for all upcoming DGPT events are available now. If you haven't made it out to an event to watch these athletes rip a disc live, you just have to experience it. What course do you recommend, Val? I mean, is Portland the easy call for you? Where are you sending people?
I love the Pacific Northwest. I'd love to go to Florida in February. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching DGN, snow piling up outside. It's a great excuse to go see these events live and get some nice weather, see some sunshine.
I'm pretty excited to get out to New Orleans for that event just outside the city. Jefferson Parish at the Parc des Familles in just a couple weeks. Val 2 through 3. Here she is on the difficult 4th. Nose a bit up, but just under the canopy. Ideally, you want to see that flipping up a little more gently as it's on hyzer. Addison gets the flip up, but maybe too straight.
There are just so many elevated tee pads out on this course. So that the angle control, the release of your disc and height, there's so many things to think about on the tee shots.
Under the tree, I'm okay. Yeah.
So that is Madison Walker. She did not make it out the gap.
Giving us a good look at the price you pay if you don't hit the gap on 2. There's Holland with the committed shot. Notice the flip up.
And even if you don't make it out into the clearing, there is still a great potential to save par. We talk about how difficult second shots can be, even with a good tee shot. So just Missy is focused on getting back to the middle in the short grass, and maybe she'll be a little bit more aggressive to get close to the pin to save that par.
Page north of 350. Ripping on a drive. Does it flip over? Look at this shape.
Come on.
Wow.
What a
Wow.
beautiful late turn. She was fully committed to that line. She knew the disc was going to work for her. That is so challenging to do.
And that might be the shot she needs to get back on pace. Look at this one more time. Heiser out of the hand, trusting the late flip up and the drag over to the right side. We now have Brian Earhart down on the course. Brian, what do you make of that shot?
I had to instantly turn to her and say nice line because, yeah, like you said, it takes a lot of trust to throw a driver on that much hyzer and get it to ride back. You have to climb the cliff. She was actually about 370, and then you have to play the uphill to the green. So, yeah, that was beautiful.
Madison still fighting her way through there for her third shot. She'll be able to get up and down. I guess I can't even say anything for sure on this green. Even the closer you get, it is still difficult to keep that disc flat.
A little out of position, left side. Addison puts it on the hill. Look at this stance from Val. Wide. Kicked down by the oak. The up and down can get a little tricky. MD5 approach into the hillside. We are going to see a lot of putts from C1's edge here up this hill.
And I think the sidearm is a great way to approach this because you're digging the disc into the hillside, but the more open gap is on that right side. We're going to see Missy throwing the backhand. There's an open window to the pin, but if you throw it too high, you're going to start fading back down to the pin, down to the left, bringing those trees into play.
Little flip up meteor here for Gannon. Look at the control. Watch what it does on the hill, though. It's going to kick him back down. Should be a manageable 18-footer for Gannon. One of the most potent duos in the game right there, Missy and Tom.
Goes with a forehand roller.
Getting scrappy.
Yeah, you could get lucky, but then it can also, when it's going vertical, it could find its way through a lot of trees too. So she might have found her way on the right.
And this is Holland second. This is about as far as we've ever seen someone up the fairway of 4. Walker with her third. That's going to roll out from that hill.
Not as bad as it could have been. There was a lot of spin on that disc as it hit the hillside.
It was technical. She hits inside. That's going to roll behind her. She'll have a very similar look. Ella from 33 feet. Little tailwind left to right. just needed a skosh more height.
My eyebrows are raised. That's an aggressive putt to go for.
Certainly after the shaky miss on the start.
Yeah, and if you miss and get a big roll, that's a huge comeback putt that you're forcing yourself to make.
No.
Paige, 2 opportunities for par, 2 bogeys to start off her season. A little bit more of a pure hyzer from Val. She gets it. That'll be a bogey look.
This is extremely uphill for Madison. It's like some low-hanging branches might be in the way. And that's the way you want the disc to redirect. Go over to the right. Again, there's a flat landing zone up there. Anything that hits the basket short or left, look at how steep this is. I mean, Missy hits low. This is rolling back down to her feet and probably enough speed to go even farther down the hill. Beautiful. It's tough to get your rhythm correctly timed up when you're having to putt that far uphill. You need a lot of power, and extension is so key to really reach for the pin.
As we tap in here, Brian Earhart, what do you make of the new pin position on the second?
Well, I walked up to Madison Walker after her attempt to approach the green, and she said, I burned it. And it kind of feels like no matter what you do, it's going to cut roll. You get up top of the cliff, that right side is very close to the pin, but still sloped. And there's a bunch of little trees there. You really have to get aggressive off the tee and land it soft. It's tough.
Hole 4 playing a third of a stroke over par, but Hall and Hanley in for birdie. Owen Scoggins to keep her round clean. There's really not a lot of room for doubt in that routine, is there, Val?
And I think that's what makes her best putter in the world, to not have doubt, to just have full confidence stepping up to every single putt.
Owen Scoggins leads the way, 5 under through 12. And what is that, an 8-way tie for second place at 2 under par? Less than 10 players started off their season under par last year's round 1.
Missy Gannon is 1 stroke out of the mix there, and she's sitting in a tie for 13th. So there's so much that we've seen in previous years of how the players are stacked up after each round, and every stroke can really make the difference out here.
Ella going for the eagle here. This is Premier Line DD3. Gets a little flip up. She didn't love it, but that's Circle 2's edge. That was a blue tassel. She is putting for eagle. Pierce needs to flip up. Does she get it? No, she's been inside this morning. Don't go anywhere, folks. More disc golf on the other side of this short break.
For the past 15 years, we've learned through experience, through organizing the biggest events in the world, hosting thousands of competitors, running a premier disc golf pro shop. Every decision is shaped by that experience. The events we run, the products we design, the moments we create. Because it's not just the work that got us here. It's the experience.
Live from Brooksville, Florida, the chase for the Powerball Cup begins at Discraft Supreme Flight Open, presented by Florida's Adventure Coast. Discover nature's place to play. Ellie Ezra, circle's edge. Death putt, she's good for it. Running it back.
It is a sheer cliff behind the pin. The tee pad is back there in the distance. They throw over a ravine, but it's a short hole. It's a hole you want to birdie, but you got to risk it for the biscuit.
Another scramble situation for Pierce. A birdie is actually possible from right there.
Hole 13. I don't know what the trick is on this one quite yet. You want to get a nice drive out there, get good distance, but it's kind of luck of the draw of where you'll land.
And last year, Missy's lie would be out of position for a birdie, but we see just how significant that hole change is going to play out. Anywhere near that road, and you're within 150. Short approach. The only risk really going deep and finding that out of bounds.
Yeah, and because it's so far uphill, it's tough to throw it too far. You would really have to overpower it. I mean, smash a driver to get up to that OB line. I think players are just finding it hard enough to get up to the pin. Florida rough is like no other. I mean, you have the trees and the branches and everything to deal with, but then the vines and the Spanish moss hanging from the trees, they're just very thick when you get off the fairway.
And Pierce once again is going to have an outside the circle look for a par. Rough start to the day. Unfortunately, Doesn't look like Ella will have a clean bid for the eagle. Seems to be eyeballing the bullseye's tassel over there on the left. I spoke to her yesterday. She said it's possible. She had some 45-foot looks. I think we'll see an eagle on the 3rd before the weekend is up. Buzz from Holland tugs on it, gets the pine branch, careens off to the right. That'll be a tricky up and down. Addison, look at that, board flat, going to stay flat and climb the hill, scoots past the bullseye.
This is a fun hole to watch finish out. She knew as soon as she released it, the height was perfect, the speed was perfect, disc selection ideal to slow down and check up so that she stays close.
That was an air ball. That is at risk of finding the OB deep.
It's such a tough start for Paige, trying to scramble to save the par with some big putts and just not being able to connect.
Gannon left herself with 32 feet. Notice going with the straddle. Tough to find the power. But she gets it, nose up, fluttering into the heart of the chains.
Yeah, like you said, it is tough to get that momentum with both feet heading uphill, but she is able to have a more balanced stance, and that can help players because it's tough when you are in the staggered stance. That back foot can be so low, and it's a lot of momentum needed to get the power to push your whole body forward. Fantastic putt all around for Missy. Ella gets on the board. And I love the fact that there are so many holes out here that do have that eagle potential. And it's risky regardless of what you're throwing off of the tee. Oh wow, and we see that Paige did end up going OB long. Wow. That
a wild start for Pierce. I believe that is actually going to be a double bogey after the tap in. No question Holland did not practice from this position. Gives it a bid and stays just outside the bullseye. Okay, Owen did not get the mid-range to turn. This is what she's left with. And again, getting scrappy, another maybe forehand roller attempt. Young Addison Woodard out of Illinois burst onto the scene last year, if you guys recall, at the Ledgestone Northwood Black. Hole 1, flipping up, rides the right side, gets past everything, and a hole that we rarely see birdied. She has a tap in.
It's always fun to see the new young names coming out. I mean, we're in a generation who has watched disc golf live, has watched all the YouTube videos, and so she is probably pulling from all those experiences, and we're seeing now these professional young players who are ready to compete and be in that spotlight. 3 down through 5. Very solid start to the round.
Owen needs this up and down to stay clean. Gets the last Guardian. Gonna roll out to a deep C2 look. Gannon on the 4th. Perfect release point. Gets a gentle flip up. Unfortunate little reaction off the ground, but she'll love that.
Oof.
A skip that didn't really look possible. Paige early again. Notice she gave herself the room on the right side of the tee pad, almost anticipating that early release. Fortunate to drop on the other side of the sawgrass.
And it is so challenging to try and make an adjustment when you're already throwing early off of the tee and you're continually having to have these very technical tee shots where the angle and the height and everything is so important. So Paige is trying to work through it.
Not what you want to see in front of you.
No.
While Ella gets set here, we're going to remind you of this trivia presented by Slot Shot. Who are the 4 FPO players, Val? I think I have mine now. Do you?
No, I still know Ella's one of them. Evelina's a second. What are the other 2 for you?
It has to be Kat Allen and Paige Pierce.
That was a question mark at the end of both of those. Come on, did you cheat? You got the answers. You're right.
Madison Walker, also not great look. Thank you to Slot Shot. Use code SF15 at playslotshot.com. Great look at the new tee pad on the 6th. Hay bales.
Seeing those hay bales come into play, it is not OB. There's nothing besides just being an obstacle there between the thrower and the basket. You got to have the height on it.
From the fairway, and Owen is going to drop her first stroke of the round on the 13th. She drops down to 4 under. Hannah Wynn also at 4 under. And as we pull up the leaderboard, Rebecca Dawn from Canada, 5 under through 8.
Rookie of the year last year, now coming out on top, leading into her 2nd year. Now she's a veteran.
Tomahawk coming from Ella Hansen.
And playing this course and knowing the sawgrass that comes into play, Tomahawk is the best shot out. The sawgrass is so tall. I mean, look at it compared to Paige over here. That's really your only pitch out option.
Oh. Awkward, like with the
Yeah, the
sawgrass,
sawgrass
like,
in
thinking
your
I was
legs.
gonna just slice myself open on that.
Brian, we're taking a look at Paige Pierce. What have you noticed from Pierce this morning with those early releases?
Well, I actually think that Paige and I have a very similar miss. Paige, obviously a much better player, but from my own experiences having that type of miss where it doesn't feel like anything's wrong, what I found is the body is lining up for a flatter shot, but then last second you drop the swing plane. And not only does that change the angle of release when you drop the shoulder, drop the arm, it changes the trajectory. And in my eyes, it feels like she's missing the same way that I have in the past. Madison from a standstill here. That gap is 6-7 feet blocking the green. Splits it. That is just fine. Great shot from the standstill. She's putting. Just a gorgeous drive from Missy Gannon. And she went aggressive. She went 12 speed on that one. And like I said, that gap guarding the green right at circle 2's edge, maybe even a little farther, just 6-7 feet across. Curious to see if she wants to split it or go wide. And does neither. Dropped an opportunity from a fantastic spot.
And the lone European in the field, Anakin, for birdie on the 7th. She gets it. Highland, Michigan, for par. Peyton Kohut is good for it. 3 over through 13. Card her first par of the day. It would be a safe moment to give it a bid. Missy chooses to not. She'll take a par on the 4th. Taking a look at the scorecard of our two leaders, identical. Look at the birdie run, holes 5 through 8.
If you want to lead, that's what you got to do. I was pretty impressed looking at Owen's scorecard. I mean, she's just a little bit off pace, but she was able to birdie all 3 of the par 4s to start at the round, 2, 3, and 4. Big putt there from Ella.
Yeah, big moment. Up the hill from 30 feet. Single bogey feels a lot lighter than a double. Good correction from a similar distance that she had on the first.
Now, Ella's putt was kind of in line with the ridge line. Madison over here on the left, she's putting back to the basket, but then has to be aware that it does drop off behind the pin.
Madison will have to draw this in left to right. Those cedar branches, the iron leaf, they don't fly through the cedar. They won't fly through that sawgrass either. think they both make adequate bunkers. But you can get the disc to continue, but if it touches, it's essentially toast. Woodard, and look where this putt ends up if you hit the hay bales. 50 feet. Woodard dries up a little short. Hannah Wynn, Rebecca Dawn leading the pack. We'll be right back after a short break.
Absolutely fearless downhill. Anthony Barella is absolutely locked in. 16 under par. New course record, Anthony Barella.
If you had just one throw to win, would you leave it to chance? At OTB, we make sure you never have to. So why step up with the game on the line without knowing if the disc in your hand is the right one? Because when it matters most, guessing is in the know. Get the exact disc you need today at OTB.
We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
It's about 275 to carry. And Missy gets just across. 12 feet left for the birdie. 5 playing a third of a stroke under par. Woodard, that's inside. It had the angle.
Yes.
Back to Pierce, her first good release of the day.
And she knew it right as soon as she released it. Yes, she yells right on line. Nice flat landing as well to keep her close.
And a significant change here to the 7th. Tee-pad off on the right.
I'm interested to see how close Holland can get this. She does play the inside. It skips off the ground. I think that was helpful. I feel like it's tough to get that close with the sidearm.
Nose up a little too much hyzer. Have to wait and see what kind of look she has. I think she found the circle. Hannah Wynn to take the outright lead. That's a birdie on the 9th. That is a 6 under on the front. And Hannah Wynn continues the hot shooting. She averaged over 1,000 rated at her first tournament of the year. She won by 21 strokes last weekend.
That's a confidence boost, wouldn't you say?
And it looks like the official tournament rating came in at 995, with 2 of those rounds being over the 1,000 rated mark. One of those rounds being her top 5 rated rounds all time. And it was off the tour, but Val, sometimes that can translate back into tour. What's your experience with that?
Yeah, I think especially these early season events, I think it's good to just get into that kind of routine of what it's like to be in that competitive mode, what it takes to focus on the tee pad. You can play so many casual rounds in the off season, but there's something just different about a tournament round where every throw matters. You're keeping score. You have to go through your whole routine and setup. So I think it was a good play for her to play last weekend. And coming out with some great shooting can really help when the pressure is on in a big Disc Golf Pro Tour event.
Holland's zone forehand dried up a little short. From 38, she gets it. Her first C2 make of the season.
Every putt out here, you have to be fully committed. Even on this one, there is that slight slope, so hitting short could send you rolling. She wasn't worried about that one bit.
And our Player of the Year from 2025, first in the 2025 Powerball standings, 5 DGBT wins, most of those coming in the early part of the season. Wow, a 25% win percentage. Honestly, I feel that Holland's career is still in its infancy. I still think the best version of Holland has yet to come. What do you think, Val?
Yeah, I think consistency is going to be the key for Holland, but she has set her expectations and continue to rise every season. And now she's at the top. How does she maintain? How does she just lock it in to stay at the top? And I think at this point, knowing all the experiences she's gained through these seasons, that's her whole career right there. We don't go much farther back than that for Holland Hanley. And she's just an incredible athlete from the start. And I think that's what's allowed her to rise so quickly.
Pulled it. Addison not able to avoid the big putt. Takes a bogey on the 7th. It was makeable from 25, but that nose needed to be up. Oh, Madison fires one in there. Brian, what do you think? Do you feel that the FPO are going to avoid the thunderstorms that we have on the radar?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to keep pushing back. Like you said, 99% humidity. It feels like it's raining, but nothing's coming out of the sky right now. But right now it's just beautiful disc golf weather in Florida. And sounds like the men later in the day are going to get some rain, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock.
Looks to be nearly an inch predicted for today. And my first time venturing to the Brooksville area, I was pleasantly surprised about the variety out here. Holland, big forehand on the 8, turns it over. There's OB over there. That needs help. We'll see if she made it safe on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
You've seen the limited runs. You've heard the hype. Now, the blast is here to stay. with a unique hand feel featuring a slightly recessed flight plate and a subtle thumb track designed for one thing: total control in the hand. Choose your stability. Spark Plastic Blend for heavy-duty overstability, or D-Line for a seasoned moderate finish. Control, confidence, consistency. The DGA Blast.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back. Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Your leader, Hannah Wynn. Clean through the gap, flipping up gently. It's going to get back on edge. Perhaps staying at the edge of the circle. Undercommitted from Rebecca Dawn. Needed a little more pace to get that to flip and ride. Missy Gannon, her straight buzz on the 6th. Really need to get the nose down. She got it. A little too much hyzer. Gonna cruise to a C2 look on the left side.
Yeah, but
I don't think that this is a difficult hole or a difficult change by any means, but it should be a birdie hole for these players, and I think that's what adds the pressure to throwing the perfect shot. And again, it's another misfire from Paige this time. It's a late release. So many elevated tee pads, and you just have to be so accurate. These little tunnel shots, these little gap hits right off the tee. That's why we talk about why this is a driver's course. It's the people that are confident on the tee pad, give themselves those opportunities to score. They're getting off of the tee clean. There's some good commitment there from Madison.
Hits the base.
Beautifully done.
And I want to send it down to Brian Earhart. Brian, talk about the attention to detail with these new tee pads.
Man, I spoke to Danny out here, who did all this woodworking for a long time, and he just loves it. He's getting all sorts of compliments from the players. He had some European players come up to him and tell him that his woodwork and his attention to detail and the infrastructure they're building here is starting to rival some of the most beautiful courses in Europe, and he really internalized that. It shows, and I think it motivates him to continue to come out here and make this a world-class venue, not just a disc golf course. It's special. This is amazing.
Over to Val on the 8th. She attempts the turnover, and she's going to go direct line. Excuse me. Look at this bullet, Val. Wow.
That is the play. Hit short. Have enough speed to climb up that hill.
Just the tiniest bit of right to left for Gannon. And it's going to be enough to get under the nose and lift it. Can Ella make the correction? You can kind of see those banners. Maybe 5 to 7 miles per hour. Head right to left. On the elevated pin, though, we just saw it. You get the nose up, that wind will lift. Good read, not enough pace. Pierce for the par save. It's a rocky morning, Val. That is an air ball.
It just hurts, to see Paige. She is clearly trying to get back into some comfortability on that tee pad. And then if she's just not able to make up for it on the putts, we're seeing these bogeys just continue to add up for her. And this is still a long putt that she has to save the bogey. This time on the inside. And still a long putt for her coming back. And that's the danger with an elevated basket. You're throwing it high up into the air, and if you do have a good amount of spin like Paige, she's going to go far past the basket each time she misses.
That'll be a double bogey. Paige Pierce will be 5 over through the first 6.
At the beginning of every season is that fresh start. You could set goals for yourself, and Paige has been fighting her way back since the injury. She's had some incredible performances after, but you never want to start off a season like this. You're already in the hole. You're so many strokes over par, losing to the field. It hurts. That's all I can say.
So after the misfire on the forehand, Holland was out of bounds. That was her third. She'll have a bogey look. Here's Rebecca Dawn pitching up. Bogey putt, good for Holland. She drops to 2 under through 8. Hannah Wynn, there it is. 9th in Circle 1 putting in 2025. It's what led her to some of her best finishes.
I have been such a cheerleader for Hannah because I feel like I've watched her career blossom. It was just a couple years back where she was fighting to be in the Tour Championship. She made that last final spot, and then boom, the next season. I mean, I'm remembering Champions Cup last year, her being on the lead card, being in the lead. Those are big first moments for Hannah, and she has continued to just excel when she's in the spotlight, and that is a really cool thing to see. And she's taken each of those experiences. For her, she does not set the bar too high for herself. She's just happy to be where she is and happy to be playing well. And I think that just positivity has really paid off for her.
Well, Val, she kind of opened the window to the public and let us know she is persevering through some serious personal issues off the course. She is bogey-free this morning, 7 under through 10. Here she is on the 11th. It gets around the oak. It's going to get back on hyzer. It's in the perfect spot. I think we're going to see a new course record, Val. Steep hyzer flipping up quick. And a beautiful shape to find the bullseye.
That is the exact shot you should be throwing. I think this is, there's a lot of signature holes out on this course, but I love the flight off of the tee pad for this hole, because as you throw that flip up, the disc just weaves through those trees, and there's enough space to find whatever kind of fairway, but that was just beautifully done.
Missy going with the flippy mantis, contrary to the overstable zone we saw from Holland. And that was headed for the bucket. Gets that last guardian. She'll be out at 38 feet. And Ella, a couple of overstable fairways here. She's going to try and hit this one pretty flat.
She's going to be aiming for that tree line dead straight, but she needs that to hyzer back.
Cracked it on a little too much angle. Here's Rebecca Dunn. She's also bogey free through 10. Peeling off a little right, but anything down toward that back bowl is in play for the birdie. Brian, looks like the sun is making its first appearance. How's it feeling on the course? Ella punches one under the cedar into the circle. Page from 64 feet. This green kind of runs away. It's a bit risky if she wants to run it.
I feel like she's got to run it. I feel like Paige is just fighting for something to happen in today's round. But again, not catching any of the basket. We'll see if that stays. Very sloped down to the right. And then if you go a little bit deep of the basket, those trees come into play and your putt coming back.
.42 feet for Gannon. Also punches deep. Those like to pick up and roll out there to 25 feet. They can be tricky. Woodard for birdie. The shift in the putt is very noticeable coming from that left hip.
Yeah, to see her get so low. I mean, have that putter in her left hand. She's got a dip underneath that, but that's her starting point. And if she can do that every time on that repetitive motion, I think it's a really good putting style.
Perhaps the prettiest shot of the day from Holland on the downhill par 3. And Rebecca pushed a little straight. But look at the lane. A little straight is all right.
This is as good as it gets.
Hannah Wynn is just marble staircase of Olympus right now. Potentially going to push to 8 under through 11. Looks like Missy and Paige avoided the rollout. We've got a tornado warning in Florida. Another player who has been hot. Lisa Fake is coming off 2 A-tier victories back to back. Here she is on the 11th.
Yes!
From the jungle.
Insane. I'm just going to say she was going for that all day. Beautiful throw in for birdie.
She's playing hot, Val. Dominant A-tier wins, both in the state of Florida. %100% in the circle, 50% from C2. Take that back. Her first A-tier win was at Bainbridge. No. Hannah Wynn. She's in the circle, but she had nothing. She's going to lay that one up. She'll stay at 7.
Oh, that's a bummer for Hannah to miss that opportunity to get the birdie.
I've never done it myself. I'm a little bit nervous. I might have to be asking you for advice. Yeah. Sure. Totally. I remember someone telling me there's like a website that has where you can type in like what's that tag. Yeah. Oh, okay. Cricket. He would know. And it helps. It actually does.
Last
year.
Drop downs, you know what the blend is, you know what kind of iron on you got. Yeah, because I guess there's different iron on. Yeah, it's cool to see.
Mostly every
You
day
see the
iron
fish toss?
on, but the glitter
Yeah.
is one
Yeah.
thicker, so you get a little bit more heat. But then you kind of have to like balance out the
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
material can handle 330 degrees.
Do we all have a 3?
Yeah.
I think so. Paige just went to the bathroom,
Yeah, yeah.
so just kind of just waiting.
To do that. Really good hole. Love that hole.
Yeah, who knew Missy Gannon was so crafty at cricket? An iron on? I mean, no wonder she looks so good with all her style. We're still taking a moment. Might have been clear on the tee pad.
Yeah. It is nice to get a little birdie.
Brian Earhart, how's it feeling down there on the course?
Feels so nice right now. Sun's starting to peek out of the clouds. A little bit of a delay out there on hole 8. Paige just taking a little bathroom break. Everyone's waiting and getting ready to tee off right now.
Addison, beautiful shape, riding the right side of the fairway. Can Holland match with the buzz? Pulls it. It's dangerous over there. It's hard to get the par when it rolls down that hill.
Easy mistake to make, though. You want to ride that right side.
little overturn from Walker. We saw Val take the straight shot underneath the pine crossbar. See what Missy elects to do.
And you really want to focus on turning the disc over because you're throwing from that elevated tee pad. As the disc slows down, it's going to pull down to the left. There is an OB line over there, but if you can really crank on it and that disc can hold an Anheuser flight, hopefully it's going far enough that you're hitting the hillside just short of the pin.
And this is a new disc in Ella's lineup, overstable DD3, and she makes the same mistake that her friend Holland makes. I think she's going to be out of bounds over there left side.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I know that the line starts to drift off even farther to the left, but she's going to be in the trees, so hopefully not OB and in the trees. A double penalty.
And a gorgeous turnover. Trust required in that one. Paige Pierce, the green of 8 on the other side of this break here on the Disc Golf Network.
Eggs went up again.
Remember when a movie was 60 cents?
Or when you could get a whale sack for just $11.
Hey guys, whales are still $11 at whalesacks.com.
Well, son of a...
Without Cliff Stevens, there is no 12-time world champion, Ken Climo. This is where I learned how to compete, where I learned how to win. It all started right here. I'm proud to announce the newest addition to the Climo disc golf lineup, the Cliff. From putts, to upshots, to off the tee, it's dependable when it matters. The Cliff, where it all began.
Progress doesn't stand still. Neither do we. Every moment matters, every step evolving through experience. Trust breeds confidence, and confidence is everything. Any terrain, any conditions. The all-new Syncrasy V2 by Ideo Sports.
After Holland rolled down the hill, she pitched back up to this position. Oh, and she pulls it, and she gets lucky, Val.
Connecting with a tree again could send her back down the hill, and then likely another pitch up. So she got, I'm glad she hit the line, let's just say.
And a balanced patent pending from Gannon is going to scoot to 25 feet. Brian, the sun is out. Humidity seems to be dropping. It's a calm morning in Florida. How you feeling?
Oh, it's great. Really interesting thing about this course, I mean, we're watching players throw off the tee of 8, and instantly they get slammed by this crosswind coming through this open tunnel. And it kind of happens out here. You have these tee shots where you're starting in the woods, throwing out in the open. You can't really get a good read. You kind of have to rely on your experience practicing out here. Or watching your teammates, or not your teammates, your card mates disc getting slammed down as well. So yeah, tricky stuff out here with the wind picking up. Man, this green is just devious. Super slope. You hit metal in any way and not make the putt, it's going to be a coin toss. Ella tucked back. That's just going to be a layup. She's going to take that bogey. It's one of those greens you kind of have to have a rule for yourself. If you're within a certain distance, you make the run. If you're not, you're going to lay up. It's important to stay disciplined here. And Madison being on the right side of the screen, you kind of have the downslope, but then you also have it kind of running away left as well. See how aggressive she wants to get here. Close. Tricky shot, like I said. You're not feeling any wind when you're stepping up to the tee pad. If you're going first on the box, it's tough. Now Missy. Wind is calm right now. Gentle tailwind, actually. It's shifted. Yeah, no problem there. So far, Missy has made pretty much all of those putts you need to make, the simple things. Definitely going to add up here at Olympus. Paige is going to make good. And a couple of tap-ins for the rest of the ladies on this card. Back to you guys.
Hanley for bogey back down the hill. She's going to step over the park job of Addison, but first Val. Hole 10 playing just about even on the day. A quarter of the field netting a birdie, and that is one of them. Barbasol, close shave replay. Look at it, riding the right side, shaving that cedar. Gets back on edge just in time to find the bullseye.
The perfect hole to throw a good drive. You want to be clean. You need to stay up on that ridge line because anything else is trouble. And we saw the bogey from Holland. I think even that was a good score after hitting early.
And this leaderboard stacked with young talent. Rebecca Dawn, 2025 Rookie of the Year. Addison Woodard, we saw her last year at Ledgestone, but this is someone who is fresh to the DGPT scene. Young talent. And Taylor Chosek, she's playing pretty clean this morning. She's at 4 under through 16.
So ideally the tee shot you want to throw right over that hillside, hitting that gap. So it's what do we call that? High floor, low ceiling. It's a very small window. You can see how strong the wind is. It's a tailwind pushing a little right to left. So they're kind of fighting that, trying to throw something a flip up, but you know the wind is going to really pull it off to the left and make the disc fly more stable. Just barely high enough. Loving it though. Nice flex shot as it bends around the corner at the end. She should be set up really nicely in line with that second shot. And far in the distance, you can kind of throw as hard as you want to get to that back hillside, and that's going to be a good landing zone.
And there was that high floor that you mentioned. Needed another couple feet. Missy into a tiny headwind. This is a neutral captain's thrasher. She's going to get the forward skip and look at the roll into the circle. She'll have 30 feet left for the birdie.
And like Brian was mentioning, the players don't really know what is happening down at the basket. A lot of these elevated tee pads, you're judging what the wind is doing up here, but as soon as you release it and it's flying downhill and maybe more protected by these cliff sides down in this low part of the course, there might not be any wind at all. So that can really affect how your disc is going to finish up.
Madison into the bunker left side. It can be pretty tricky to find the up and down. Fake is, she is bogey free through 11. Here she is on the downhill 12th.
A lot of wind up on this tee pad. There is OB on the left side. Lisa going with the forehand to finish off to the right. Stay away from that, and she keeps it in the short grass. You can also go too far to the right, but it's trees and no OB.
See that flag blowing right to left. Is this overstable enough to get back? It's doing its best, and look at the kick out. Pin high,
I went slightly after
26
you threw,
feet.
so you didn't hear it.
And a wind gonna try and turn this over. Going back into the right to left, and it's gonna get on top of the wing and just drag it into the woods. And it misses everything and finds the fairway. If that tips over just a bit more, Val, it's cooked. And instead, she's gonna be in a prime position for the birdie. That was Addison's third, back on the 11th. The towering long leaf pines mixed with the live oak trees, the Spanish moss dangling about. Quite the place for a disc golf course, a great place to start this season. Val, we can play this sport anywhere. Taking a look at the Flight Factory drone preview. Scan that QR code, head over to flightfactorydisc.com. We can play this game anywhere. I love that we're dropping into this dense, diverse Florida terrain.
This fire told me I was somewhere else, so I grabbed all the wrong discs.
We've got a couple of locals, or a couple of regional players that are very familiar with this terrain. I mean, Madison Walker out of Pensacola, Paige, Pensacola, Missy, Pensacola. That seems like the heart of it is. And so you really just, you have to feel comfortable throwing these tight lines, keeping it in the fairway. You know what is luring on either side. And that finds the ground just in time. So Holland's second throw got way up there. That's her third up to the basket. And that should be a short par putt.
Sawgrass kicks it down. It's going to stay outside C1.
Dude, I am getting over this.
So we see that big wall, that cliff
Even
right
that one,
behind
right?
the pin. Paige steps up to her lie. There is a relief area, so there's some red whiskers on the ground. So if you do get into that area, you take relief. It is not OB. There's no additional stroke.
Come on, baby. Oh.
And out of a field of 44, Paige Pierce sits in 35th place through the front nine.
Oh, it's right here.
Last year, Val, less than 10 players shoot under par round one. At the moment, there are 20 FPO players under par this morning. Quite a different story.
Yes. Catching enough chains on the right to pull it back in. A great par save there for Madison.
Again, and after that bonus roll, 32 feet. She'll move to 4 under on the front 9.
The hole 9 is such a great birdie to get, especially if you have a beautiful tee shot and you're down here in this bowl. You want to get that birdie. And this is a hole that you should not be bogeying. So see Madison stay with the bunch. 50% of the field has been able to get the par. We're at 30% being able to capture a birdie. See if Ella can join them.
Ella gets herself back to even.
And I would say, I was trying to think in my head a few holes ago, is there any safe green to feel just you could be so aggressive putting on? This is one of them. So I will mark that in my brain that there is at least one kind of flat green out here.
Remnants of that limestone quarry in the backdrop, and Lisa Fakis. Perfection through the gap. She'll be at 18 feet. Rebecca Dawn gonna try and draw one back through. Look at this shape. Nose up. Great speed control.
Yeah, and of course now all the flat greens are now flooding into my mind, but there's so many treacherous holes out here with so much elevation, tee pads, greens.
Couple of back-to-back mistakes there from Hannah to not net herself the 2 birdies on 11 and 12 and continue the streak. She'll stay at the top at 7 under. This is Dawn to go to 6.
Yeah.
No card is playing hotter than this one. Rebecca Dawn moves to 6. Fakis will be putting for 6. This par save coming up from Wynn is to stay at 7.
Running into some trouble here on the 12th, and hits low and then rolls farther away than where she just putted.
Wow, hard to believe. She was on a run of 6 birdies in a row. We saw the miss on 11 after she laid it up. That was now her 3rd C1 miss of the day here on the 12th, and it's going to bite her. And she cleans it up for single bogey. She'll drop to 6. If Lisa Fakis can connect on this, we're going to have a 3-way tie at the top, all on the same card.
I just have to applaud the focus for Hannah. We know she's been playing well today, but there seemed to be just the first moment where she could get a little rattled. That was a huge putt to make for bogey. a tie at the top.
Really flippy mantis from Missy. On hyzer, if it has a little more pace, it'll flip up and get the turn that she needs. She'll be out there 60 feet pin high. And we haven't seen this line yet. The flex forehand. Gonna try and go to the right of that first pine.
That is so scary. She misses it. She stays on the ridge, but anything connecting with that first pine that she's actually aiming to throw around, you're down the hill. That is the tree that you want to avoid for sure.
Paige Pearson, good tempo. Finds the circle.
If you want to throw online, this is the hole to do it, and good to see Paige get off the tee cleanly on this one. I think it's such a beautiful flight. I love to see the backhand shot really dial this up. You need to throw something that is stable, a little bit of a flip up, a little Anheuser flight, but you're pushing that right side. You're really trying to come as close to that right side tree line as you can to get the flight. As it finishes, the disc will slow down and hyzer to the pin. There's a lot of space once you get past those trees on this green. For Missy, she threw it so lightly. There is a lot of space on the left, but this ridge line is death on either side if you connect with an early tree.
Nice approach there with overstable drop.
It is a touchy shot to throw with the backhand. So to see Ella leaning into something that she's more comfortable with the forehand, even though it seemed very tricky to me, she's more comfortable in it.
And just a moment ago, Madison Walker finds that middle gap. It's certainly not by choice, but it seems to work out on the 10th. She'll have a 40-foot look for her birdie.
I think Missy should get a Mossy hat. I think she could rock it. Mossy Missy.
Yeah, Mossy Missy with the dollar bills dangling off her earlobes. She's got swagger.
Addison was definitely running that. She gave it enough height to give it a chance, but then all of a sudden got scared that she ran it.
I was waiting to see where the confidence was with Pierce after the big 3-putt on 6, and just really casually delivered that. Well, the chase for the Powerball Cup is underway. Taking a look at the Powerball estimated jackpot for Saturday's drawing, 238 million. We've got a little Powerball ace run for the fans going on live from Olympus tomorrow. A chance for a fan to win $5,000 on the tee of hole number 1. All year long, the first hour free on YouTube. The first round is free on DGN Free. All of this brought to you by Powerball. Vegas fading away, getting the full flight on the 13th. You really can't draw it up better than that.
Yeah, the turnover shot will lead you to the more open side of this fairway. The trees are spaced out a little bit more, but it's just a very wooded fairway. There's a lot of trees just kind of sporadically throughout the fairway. So even with the best drive, you can still be in a really tough spot on your second.
Rebecca backing off of that little turnover. She'll stay in the fairway.
Yeah. Whoa.
Paige finds a gap in the live oak.
No way.
Pushes deep.
That tree went.
A little right. We haven't seen quite what she'll be left with. That's money from Missy. A little turnover putter shot up the hill. And a forehand. Yet to see this line. Precision with the flex. Feeling comfortable with that flex, Val. She goes back to back with that same disc.
Yeah, and it's true placement if you're going for a forehand. You're not trying to bite off too much of the distance. Although that's what I'd love to see out of Ella. I think she can really be aggressive and really get so far down that fairway. Now she's putting more pressure on the second shot to get close, and she could be out of position because she's so far to the right.
After the placement tee shot, this is what Dawn is left with. Patent pending flex. I think she's going to love that. 50 feet for the birdie.
No. No.
Wind kind of offset with the hips. A little tricky. That's back into the fairway.
This road down below, there's an OB line just in the grass. So Paige was bringing it close. I think she got pretty lucky going through those branches, kind of the V of the tree, and avoiding that OB line. She crushed it. She could be on the back end of the fairway. It could still be a very challenging shot to try and get up and around. Oh,
Walker.
okay.
She didn't want it.
Not the window we're looking at.
No, it certainly wasn't. Paige, something similar. The up and down is possible. I don't believe the park job is really there. I think front edge of the circle would be best case. early. It's going to roll back toward her.
And that was worst case. That was something that Paige didn't have in her mind at all. But you need to just get out cleanly to even give yourself a chance. So, I mean, Ella's play here, the layup off of the tee, she's in perfect position for that second shot.
It's essentially a textbook way to play the hole for her game. Flex off the tee, overstable approach that she draws into the hill nice and flat. Fake is going to bounce into the circle. And the veteran from Canyon Lake is going to have an opportunity to take the outright lead. The question remains, Val, how do you not let a round like this kind of set the tone for the tournament and set the tone for the season?
I think it's just the fact that it's so early. If you're deflated after round one of the first DGPT event, you maybe just hang it up. You can't give it up now. It's too early in the game. You know, you've trained so hard through the off season. There's still so much that can happen. So a veteran like Paige, she's been around a long time. It's gonna hurt after the round, I'm sure, looking back on what could have been, but she'll be able to recover, and she's got the mindset of a champion, so she's gonna keep giving it her all, I'm sure.
Cruisy turnover into the circle. Rookie of the year is good from 52 feet. That'll move her into the solo lead for the moment.
Course record pace. And it's bonus putts like this. If you could feel confident going for that long range putt, another flat green, let's mention, but an elevated pin. So there is a lot of risk involved in going for that.
Heiser left side chains does not stick. We've seen some crafty backhands from Addison, but check out the power forehand.
Beautiful. And an appropriate shot to be throwing off that tee pad to get yourself in a good place.
Nice.
It's a good scramble for Hannah.
I think you're inside. Inside one right there. Okay, cool.
Paige, a bit emotionally detached from this round through 11. Ella from 20. Left side. Back to under par. And Missy, quietly, she's keeping it clean. This is going to be for 5 under through 11. And this is what she does. The only player on this featured card without a bogey. Sloane Scoggins was hot early. She slowed up with the bogey on 13 and 14. And she'll finish her round with a birdie. That is a 6 under par. She goes 3 down in the last 4. 92% from C1X. Didn't connect from circle 2 today. A rare statistic from the second best circle 2 putter from last season. And our leader pushing one toward the sawgrass. And an illusion comes up short. That's perfect.
Then this hole remains the same from what we've seen in the past. 900 feet. The players are trying to throw up over that wall and land up onto the kind of plateau fairway. And after that, it's a few more drives till we'll be able to see the pin. I like the height here from Lisa. It's going to allow enough room to hyzer back into the fairway. There is an OB line that rides the left side through this entire hole, but the closer you can bring yourself to that OB line, the more open your shots will be. The right side is just more blocked by trees and sawgrass.
That is an eagle from the bullseye's edge from Taylor Chosick, the ex-D1 athlete from Eugene, Oregon.
Look at the scorecard, Nate. I mean, pretty slow getting going. She gets the birdie on 1, but pars all the way through. I mean, even getting up to hole 11 with the bogey, she's probably feeling a little low. And then, boom, fires off 4 birdies from 12 through 15. And then to finish the day with an eagle. Those are some positive feelings leaving the course, and a really great round, even though it showed up pretty late.
And just the second eagle of the day. Funny enough, it is her best friend that she joins, and Sophia Donica. And Addison got the timing way off on that patent pending. Here she is live after that miss.
She's got to go way out to the right.
Oh, and she's going to get the nose up and not turn it. And a blunder here on the 12th from the center of the fairway. Ooh, the Oyster Bar, only 7 miles away. Sign me up. Sasa, another nice cold water springs. This part of Florida is home to the most abundant network of freshwater springs in the world. 68 degrees coming out of Mother Earth year round. Hannah Wynn playing some golf on the par 5. That'll be a good spot to approach from. You can bite off a little more if you want, but that's just fine. Here's Addison. Needs this for the par save.
Wow. A great bid from long range. I was thinking this was going to just hyzer out way too early, but it still continued to fly. Flat and straight. Keeps her close. You can see these shots finishing over to that left side. The big drives to continue to bite off that distance. That's essential. But then you want to make sure that you're giving yourself maybe an open run up or an open arm swing, avoiding any of those trees or sawgrass.
like objectively a bad thing. And he was like, what did you see? I was like,
All right, we got it.
Gannon taking the tee on 12. A little bit of right to left. Trusting to flip. Will it ride? It's at risk of fading out. I think there's an OB line over there, and she's found it.
It is a much more challenging shot to throw the backhand off of this because of that elevation. The wind is no help today as it pushes the discs over to that left side as well. The forehand has been a successful play for many players. It's left to right. You know that if you're throwing something overstable, it's going to spike down to the ground. You just have to make sure it finds the ground early, or you're in those trees on the right.
Ella Hansen finds the fairway. Don't go anywhere. We're headed for a short break here on the Disc Golf Network.
We're tough.
Yeah.
And we love the outdoors, right? But poison ivy's nasty, even for tough guys like us. So we use Zanfel.
Zanfel works fast and washes away the itch.
Zanfel neutralizes toxins and washes them from your skin. In seconds, the itch is gone. Healing begins.
When you get poison ivy, get Zanfel. It works. Immediate relief, and we're right back to being tough, right?
Right.
Got poison ivy, get Zanfel.
It works.
And this will be an approach shot he'll remember for a long, long time.
Course record, title. This may be the best day of Ezra Robinson's life.
The legacy of the Robinson brothers grows today.
Supreme Flight Open champion and first time Elite Series winner, Ezra Robinson.
Hey, aren't you Anthony Barella?
Yes, sir. Try out this Venom.
Thanks, man. Hey, hurry up, man. You're taking forever.
Sorry, man. No 30-second rule here. What about that 100% off player discount?
Hannah Wynn, third shot, hole 14. Nose up, but it's turning. And the tree is going to slow it. It's going to be a circle one putt. She'll have that to move to 7 under. Vegas needs this to get back on hyzer. And that'll kick to a slightly obstructed 18-foot putt. Lisa will also have that to move to 7. And we're going to move down this leaderboard. Again, it is a different start to the season. 1 under, and you are in 17th place. If I recall, a 3 down got you on the lead card round 2 last year.
It's amazing to see. I mean, you're still not out of it. Raven Klein, tie for 22nd. There's still room to pop off a good score, find the line tomorrow. I love this tournament and the fact that there is the potential for so many people to play well. It's a technical course. There's a lot of trouble. There's a lot of rollaways that can happen. So players, if they can really focus in, they can find their way up the leaderboard, and it is still very stacked up.
Ella Hansen choosing the hyzer gap. Didn't quite look like it was there on the screen, and she finds it 20 feet left coming back down the hill. And this spot over here is tricky, Val. You have a potential to go up and over the Canna banners that we see on the left, or to try and get a skip shot on the right. Missy has been here before. She knows the window's there. She's talking with Tom about it. What do you like?
Well, at first I was thinking, you're crazy. There's a lot of OB, but you can see just about maybe 30 feet in front of Missy, that OB line just shoots off to the left. So it does stop. So once you get over those Canna flags and the tent, it is in bounds. Yeah, if she's practiced this shot before, if she knows this route, yeah, you can drop it in right on top of the pin.
As she found the window, it'll be obstructed.
And you got to throw high enough. I think that's the key. You have to just make sure you're throwing it up and over those trees. Otherwise, you're in trouble. And she does make it out on that front side.
Yeah, single bogey at worst for Gannon.
And I don't know, the shot around to the right, it's tough to get through those trees. There's a lot of trees. There's that log laying there, so it prevents the skip. So I think either way, approaching that pin, it's tough to get close.
This is when she's dropped 3 from C1X today.
Yeah, right here. Cool. Thank you. Not bad.
And she will drop a 4th.
With your hyzer cut. Thank you.
That's Fakis to go to 7 under. She's 7 from 8 from C1X. It's makeable, tough to tell. Going to a potential forehand look. Can't say we love that.
No, I would not consider it a go for from this distance if she's lining up that forehand. And you do have to be aware of how much speed you're putting on this. There's trees behind the pin.
That'll be Gannon's first bogey of the day.
I think it's me. But if you want to go, you can. I don't really care. I'm just putting my bag down.
This is in that tester range for Ella. It's not close enough just to throw it in. It's going to take a second for her to set up, think about it. Just a little wide.
We spoke on it earlier, 68% from C1X throughout that 2025 season. Really what held her back from more Elite Series titles.
Ooh, Missy also puts it wide to the right, but this catches enough chain to stick. That's for bogey.
Yeah, I heard that.
Val for birdie on the elevated 13th. Oh yeah, nose up. Have to love it. Val delivered one of the great battles last season, going toe-to-toe with Owen Scoggins at the Ledgestone. Went into that playoff with putts like that. Holland Hanley also delivers clean putt to the pole for her birdie. The remnants of that limestone quarry evident behind the chains. And we're headed to an interview with Brian Earhart and Taylor Chosick.
Taylor Chosick from Eugene, Oregon joins us now in the clubhouse. You tied Owen Scoggins with a 6 under par. You were on her card. Talk about the day out there.
Yeah, it was super fun. When I saw we were on the card together, I was really excited. We got a practice round in yesterday around 8:30, so we got out here early, and this morning kind of felt the same. Got here at 7:50 to start the round, so it's pretty cool to run it back 2 days in a row.
Well, you had kind of an interesting day. Front nine, you got the birdie on one, brand new hole one, and then you went par train all the rest of the front nine. Did the pars feel like good saves, or did they feel like you left strokes out there?
No, they definitely felt like I left strokes out there. Hole 2 and 3, I just messed up my upshots just a little bit and didn't quite have a look, but my drives felt really good. And then, from there, I was just kind of tapping in pars, either having a long look or, just tapping in the par.
You said this course has a lot of eagleable par fours. You said you had 5 eagle looks out there. You did get the eagle on 18. Talk about this new layout compared to last year.
Yeah, I think just 4, and then obviously there's another 3 holes that are aceable, so you could see some eagles out there for sure. Hole 12 and 13 had eagle looks, and then 15 had a long putt on, and then obviously 18 we've seen a lot of eagles in the past, so yeah, definitely some point swings there.
Well, I want to talk to you about your off season. You did not rest like Owen Scoggins did. You did not lay on the couch and focus on your garden. You were grinding disc golf all off season.
Yeah.
Little rest, but you went to New Zealand. Just talk about your travels and your competing this off season.
Yeah, I was trying to get good practice in up in Oregon, but it's just so wet and cold that it's a bit tough to get really good feeling sessions in, because either you're having to dry all your discs, you can't even set them down anywhere. So going to New Zealand kind of felt like that's where I was shaking the rust off, and had some ups and downs in my games, kind of every part of my game. I either had a good part or a bad part on different rounds, so I knew everything was kind of there. I just had to start putting it together.
Well, last question I have for you. Owen did say she thinks 10 down is possible. Do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, for sure. We've seen people already today getting really hot on the front, and then I felt like I got quite a few strokes on the back there. So I think if you just keep front and back, keep getting birdies, we could see some big scores out here, 13 or 14 even.
Well, Taylor, thank you so much for your time. Good luck out there tomorrow.
Sweet, thank you.
Bye.
Chosick turning in one of her cleanest scorecards in her young career, just 1 bogey on the 11th. We all know the potential, the power, it's there. If she can start playing some golf, she could be a regular face at that interview booth. Ella, power forehand on the 13th. She turns it into the tree line. A good kick out. Holland gonna start this par 5 out with a crispy hyzer. Classic Missy fadeaway with the understable thrasher. A nice 50 miles per hour to get back to flat. Nose up, Lisa's Pitch out kind of fades back to the other side of the fairway. Hannah also out of position, needs it to turn, and it does. Well thrown.
Yeah, it can be so challenging when you're off the fairway to not just continue that trend and go to the other side. So keeping it nice and safe. Very well done.
Ella could have tried to get hyper aggressive on the inside, chooses the wide hyzer. Better in play. Going to gently fade to the left side. She'll be in a prime spot for her third. Owen is in the clubhouse now with our very own Brian Earhart.
And the first DGN interview of the year goes to Owen Scoggins. You finished with 6 under par on the first round. Owen, 6 down in this layout. How does that feel?
Feeling all right. I'm kind of like, I feel like my drive and my putt was not come together yet. Sometimes some of the tee time, or some of the tee, like my drive good and my putt is kind of off. So I'm looking for like, maybe in the next couple of days, maybe I want my drive and my putt come together will be great, yeah.
Well, we didn't really get to talk to you much this off-season. You came off of an incredible season, 2 world championships. What did you do this off-season?
Pretty enjoy my life, just kind of like hanging out, do my garden, cut the tree, pick, just like chopping, what do you call it, the soil to like prepare for my new grow. Not much. Pretty much like just lie down on the couch and eating a lot. I gained a lot of weight. I gained like 8 pounds. But hey, I deserve it. Come on. Whoever out there, don't tell me I'm gain weight, okay? But anyway, so I have a great enjoy my off season for sure.
You said that 10 down is possible on this new layout. What do you have to do to get to 10 down? What do you have to clean up?
I feel like whatever hole I got bogey on, if I just turn around from bogey to be birdie and then sum up 2 hole like birdie putt I'm missing. If I clean that up, I feel like everybody can hit like 10 down. I feel like even 12 down, like we can do it. Like I said, I just have to clean those out tomorrow, and then hopefully I shot 10 down sometime this week.
Well, you said your caddy Justin's got to get to work. He's got some remote work to get to, so I'll let you go. Owen, thank you so much. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's some people we just have to protect at all costs. Certainly Owen Scoggins, one of those athletes. Enjoy your life, Val.
I love it. Any interview with Owen always puts a smile on my face. I just never know what's going to come out of her mouth. And Owen, you always look great. You look great this year, and you're playing great.
Slightly undercommitted from Hannah. Things are slowing down just a bit for her on the back. Hall in great spot for the power forehand. Eagle is in play here.
When she turns it over, but it is overstable enough to find its way back, get plenty of distance.
Wow, good line.
Taylor was talking about the scores and what could be, what is out there, and we took a second to examine the pars for this year. It is only one stroke difference. Last year it was a par 68. This year is par 67. But there are a good amount of holes that are much shorter, much more attackable for birdie. So I can see, 2 or 3 strokes improved maybe on that course record.
I'm right there with you. I think 2 to 3 strokes easier with this year's layout.
Yeah, and I guess it would be a brand new course record. This
Yeah.
is a new course layout.
Not enough pace for the bounce back birdie.
A lot of pars being handed out on hole 13. It is a bonus birdie. Few players have got. Rebecca Dawn being one of those. That long putt for birdie. Setting herself up nicely down this fairway. The fairway is pretty large, so you want to avoid the sawgrass and the trees.
And now with her 5th.
Oh. Good run. Good run. So pretty. That is a really good one.
Holland after the big power forehand. 120 in. He's got to slide it up just to the right of that cedar branch. We saw just how obstructed those putts can be. And undercommitted.
Yeah, it was early out of her hand, which means she didn't get the full power to get enough distance that she could reach the pin. So she's going to have a long putt from the left side.
We're flying above the 14th, playing as the 4th hardest hole on the course. We have back-to-back par 5s. Page from the tee now. Trying to hit this flat up over the hill and let it hyzer.
So extremely helpful. That was flying flat, straight, over to the right. She probably would have been deep in that sawgrass. A little kiss from the tree redirects her back to the fairway.
Early from Ella, that needs to punch through.
I guess we'll find out. Ideally, you want to aim just over that sawgrass, maybe 5-10 feet over that sawgrass, throwing something nice and flat that finishes in a hyzer. Fades off to the left. Missy, enough distance to get around the corner. And those sneaky little tufts of sawgrass that are left just strategically along this fairway. It can make all the difference of a foot or two, a left or right or behind. I mean, that could change up her shot entirely.
Vegas approaching for birdie. And she'll have an opportunity to take the solo lead. Ooh, Holland aggressive from C2. Here's Rebecca for birdie. Oh, and it crawls in. She'll move to 8 under par. Another lead change. Check how it happens. Off the nubs and in. Her card mate will walk up to this putt. This is for par, it appears. And she's good for it. So Rebecca Dunn is your solo leader.
Much more obstructed over here on the right for Addison. Seen a few birdies on this hole, and she cashes it.
And the back nine woes continue for Wynn. 3 bogeys after keeping it clean on the front. The Olympics have concluded, but the Canadians still battling with the Americans here in Florida.
Madison's vision is to throw that disc over to the OB line and let it work back. But she just gets a little bit too ramped up to make sure that it turns over, that she lands in the center.
Paige Pierce, plenty of room for a full power rip on that left side with something slightly understable.
Gotta keep turning, and it does. So off of the tee, the more right that you land, the closer to the sawgrass you are more lined up with throwing directly at that OB line. And so you really have to put a turn on it. You have to trust that your disc is going to turn over as you try and get the distance toward that OB line. Whereas over here on the left, Missy Gannon's going to have a more straight shot. It has needs less of an angle on the turn.
Hard to approach the pin from there. Tucked up against that last cedar.
Missy Gannon is just such a steady player. There was a time where you said, oh, and just sneakily, Missy's at 4 down. And that's just how she plays. She plays very consistent, and she just keeps herself in the hunt. And I think that's what really can pay off of these longer elite events that we play. If you keep yourself in the conversation, you just play steady, you allow those birdies to come. You could be aggressive when the opportunity arises. And that's why we see Missy Gannon at the top time and time again. Dreaded roll at the end of the flight of the disc to tuck her right behind a tree. Those third shots, you do have to get tricky. It's tough to land in just this ideal wide open space. You're going to have to maneuver around those trees somehow, and then there are some guardian trees as we get right around the pin. So it does tighten up, get a little bit more touchy the closer we get on this 900-foot hole. And the placement of every shot really comes into play and how far you can get, you know, what kind of advantage you can give yourself on the next shot.
Tricky flex from Madison. Look at his shape. Nearly gets back on edge. What is Missy left with? I didn't love it from her view earlier. It's not great.
Wow, it's such a low window. You got the tree branches right there on your left, and then the wall of sawgrass on the right.
She certainly has the pace to get there. It's not the typical forehand release that she likes. She needs to go understable, let it flip up left of the sawgrass, and get back on a little bit of hyzer to get the forward skip. Oh no.
That was gonna be hard.
Uncomfortable position. A decent kick, actually.
Yes, this is a more straightforward shot than what she was just dealing with.
And she'll be able to just draw it in with the putter, nose up. Perfection. That will net Missy a par. She's really turned the script from last year's round one, where she shot a 944 rated, 4 over par with just 1 birdie. Today she is at 4 under par with just 1 bogey. Last year, the 16th played as the clear hardest hole on the course. A very demanding tee shot, and Rebecca Dawn finds a way through.
This hole is so treacherous if you don't get off the tee clean. This is a thing in Beauty and the Beast, but it's more like a beast than the beauty. I love the way that this hole finishes out. Beautiful grassy fairway, rolling hills, but you gotta get through this tunnel.
Wynn turned it a little too soon. Rebecca Cox on the green of 16.
Oh, I didn't need the step.
Oh, a rare birdie.
Oh, I didn't need the step. Dang.
Catches
Dang
the
it.
band. 16 played nearly a stroke over par last year. Rebecca Cox 6 under with just 1 bogey on the 11th. She is still chasing her first Elite Series win. She made a couple runs last season, really great run up at the Cascade Challenge in Washington. Pierce with the fierce, that's a tap in. This is what you're left with if you don't hit the gap. Placement shot, hyzer.
So good.
Yeah, and you can see there's this inside route as well if you cut it a little too early off of the tee shot.
Ella Hansen stays at 1 under. 4 dropped C1X putts this morning. Rebecca Cox on this new touchy par 3.
175 feet up the hill. She's putting for birdie.
And we'll see where she ends up on the other side of this short break.
The Simon line just got bigger and better. I wanted a 7-speed that is basically as neutral as it gets. So far, I'm extremely happy and impressed with how this has performed. This is for everyone. It's for any and every bag, and I really feel like it's one of the discs I've been waiting for. The brand new 7-speed fairway driver, the Boca.
Tour Series material. Update initiated. Special blend duo compound identified. Titanium metallic pearl activated. Big Z color architecture deployed. Material synchronized. Special blend. Render complete. Enhanced grip detected. Cosmetic data stream opened. Access granted March 27th. Discraft.com.
Oh my God.
Crispy line from Dawn, your leader on the 16th. This is what she's left with. Heiser gets back on edge.
Thank you.
That'll find the circle. Casual smiles from the Canadian. Picturesque greens on the course. What do you make of this look, Val?
Yeah, I was hoping Rebecca would stop short and stay up on the hill, but she just crested the hill, and there's really no putt down there because you know that the hill is just on the other side of the pin. The changeup is fun, but I think it's still going to be a tough birdie to try and get, even though it's under 200 feet.
Pecos. Good par save from 30 feet, obstructed.
Hole 15 has to be the signature hole on this course. I think being an elevated tee pad, but they're throwing down. You can see the full flight of the disc. Fun elevated shot to throw.
Masterful angle control from Gannon. Launch angle down, nose angle relatively flat. Understable disc. Beautiful. Here's Hannah for another bogey. That'll be 4 on the back and a tap in birdie. Look at that scorecard. That is 9 under, bogey free.
Shredding and inching it closer to double digits. I would love to see it. Like we mentioned, hole 17, birdie potential for sure. Hole 18, we know that's birdie. Eagle for our big throwers, but Rebecca playing really solid. That second shot, I mean the tee shot, it was incredible to land in the perfect position, but then to have your second shot land that close to where it's just a drop-in birdie, unbelievable.
And that fell out of her hand. Trying to get the nose up and turn it. Lisa goes more direct. That's going to get the top of the hill and get a beautiful little skip up to the dance floor. Ella after a clean tee shot. She could go power, but she goes placement hyzer. Opens up the angle when you're on that left side. Gives her some options.
Yeah, and for these second shots, the players have to be aware that the OB starts to come into play at the end of the flight. So it is certainly reachable for a thrower like Ella, so she has to dial it back a bit and just focus on where she's landing that disc and how much it might skip.
Missy's neutral buzz. A little too much hyzer, but checks up just short of the rough. 15 playing 0.2 strokes under par. Over a third of the field carding the birdie so far this morning. Pierce from the right side needs this to hold that turn. Check up short. It's going to dive into the sawgrass.
And that's the area that it really bottlenecks on this hole. If you can get just past that, you're in the opening. Or if you strategically lay up short, you're going to be in a more open spot. So Paige just threw it a little too far of ideal. And now she's going to have to think a little bit harder on a relatively short approach.
This, Rebecca Dawn, her second on the 17th. In trouble.
Hole 17 leads the course for the number of pars. Nobody has bogeyed hole 17. And we'll see what Rebecca can do to save herself.
Val, there's a chance that that was Rebecca's third shot, if I'm not mistaken. She has found some trouble on that hill. Uh-oh. And she cannot get out of it, Val. This is a disaster. She will now be putting for a single bogey from that spot, essentially unmakeable. She was bogey free heading into this hole. It's 175 feet.
It's coming to a screeching halt. That is so wild to even think, or to even have that in the mind of a player who's been playing so pure, making big putts, hitting the line. All of a sudden, a little hit here, dealing with this elevation, it just keeps rolling back down and not getting the clean shots. A nightmare of a hole.
Ella going overstable drop on this approach. This card playing golf on the hole. Back to the 17th. Hannah Wynn gets that favorable skip. It's one way to play it. Hit that nose into the very top of the hill. Tail right to left, picking up for Gannon. Either keep it flat or send it wide. She goes with the latter. Does it get the swing? That'll play. Let's see one.
And that OB line is scary because there are so many branches that can creep over into the inbounds. If you throw it too high over that OB, those branches will hit you, drop you straight down. And you're taking it back pretty short and having to continue to throw.
So here is that second shot we missed earlier. This is how it happened.
So that's a huge mistake. She had a lot of space to work with to climb that hill. So the drive wasn't great, but that second shot really hurt her.
Vegas for birdie. She moves to 8. She's going to pick up 4 strokes on Rebecca Dawn, who cards a triple bogey. Unreal. And she's still in second place, Val. Can you believe it?
I don't think she can believe it at this point. Thankfully, there's only one more hole left to play because that has to be rattling. That is just to take your first bogey of the day. Now it's a triple bogey, but on the shortest hole of the course. I feel like that just adds fuel to the fire. You're like, how could I do that?
Yeah.
I just birdied 16.
Yeah.
I parked it for birdie. And then you step up to an easy hole, air quotes, and that's what can happen.
Weak side miss for Hansen. Little tentative on the green today. Gannon putting for birdie from 24 feet. Good for it. She moves to 5. It appears 6 down will be the mark for that lead card position at the moment. Pierce, another right side air ball. She is out of sorts.
It's a huge, powerful miss. Look at how far it flew past the pin on flat land.
Ooh, a little distraction.
Couple feet. Yeah, that was way off. So something must have happened during her backswing. think of Ella sitting at 1 under, our defending champion, and going into tomorrow, how is she going to hype herself up and climb this hill that there's a battle going on. These players have shot some incredible rounds to start off this tournament, and then I think of Paige thinking, even if she shot the most incredible second 2 rounds, there's no way we can find her back at the top. It is brutal today for Paige.
Back 60 seconds after a word from our partners.
Last year, the disc golf community did something special. Thousands of players came together for one day, creating one of the biggest single-day events in disc golf history and helping bring this sport to more people around the world. So, we're running it back. On June 20th, Throw for More returns. One day, worldwide. Save the date, June 20th. Register at throwformore.com.
This season delivers more live disc golf than ever. Enjoy the first hour of live coverage from every round, every event for free on YouTube. First round in its entirety is free on DGN. Different day out there, Valarie. A lot of scoring, a lot of opportunity, a lot of young players making their way up this leaderboard. What do you make of what we just saw from Canada's own Rebecca Dawn?
I think it's going to be a good learning experience for her. Like we said, just one hole left for her to play in today's round, but she's going to have that kind of weighing on her up until she tees off tomorrow morning of one hole, and it's a hole that you don't expect to see the big mistake. She was sitting at 9 under with 2 holes left to play. Yep. We're talking about what an incredible course record, getting to double digits, and then boom, golf happens and a triple bogey on your scorecard. So again, young player, our rookie of the year from last year. She is still very new in the sport, and so we'll see how she can handle this. It happens to the best of us.
Doing everything she can to maintain that composure at the moment, and she's on the card with 2 veterans. Rebecca Cox and Lisa Fakis are still battling for their first Elite Series title, but first it's Missy Gannon. The flex, does it stay pure? It hyzers a little early. You need the nose down. You need it to drag on that Annie a little longer.
Right, to get out into the road where there is the largest fairway, you could punch all the way out. That flight from Rebecca Dawn, who was able to get the birdie, she played the inside route, and she played it like she was playing for it, trying to get that strategy of going that tight angle short of that last bunch of trees, which I think is very challenging to dial it up perfectly. I think it just so happens if you don't get out the tunnel, you can still give yourself a good angle.
16 playing as the hardest hole on the course this morning. And that is going to be a tough start for Ella. A quarter of the field taking double bogey or worse. There are just 3 birdies in this field of 45.
Paige joins her. Left side, early.
There? On that river, yeah. Okay. And the last part.
Ella lining up here. She had her eyes down the fairway, and it just looks like the disc just slips out of her hand. And I don't know if she was trying to ease up on the disc. Sometimes that can happen if you don't want to overpower it. She's just trying to throw it lightly down the fairway rather than just full force. And now what I immediately thought was, all right, now her footing is horrible. So look at how she has to just go with the standstill, not able to get the full power that she would want.
Footing's bad, hips are closed. That's honestly not a bad spot. There's no way to approach the green from there, so it's going to be a single bogey at best. You can see why it's the hardest hole on the course. There's the mistake you can't make on the 18th. Pushing that OB line. It'll be close.
So ideally you'd want to land your first tee shot here, and then you have a hyzer approach to the pin. It's even hard to look at the map, but this is that inside route. Makes the hole a lot shorter if you do play through the trees, and it is a pretty wide open fairway. But again, this is a blind landing zone off of the tee, like many of the holes out here. So it's very tough to judge the distance because you're trying to judge with trees that are way down the fairway.
This will be Paige's fourth after the OB penalty. And that is also a little too straight. A tricky approach remains.
If Ella plays to the right, which is the more wide open shot, I feel like best she can do is circle 2. It is such a long shot, and the angle, the way she has to kind of hook that disc all the way around, it's almost a horseshoe shape. From where she's standing, it is dead straight through those trees. Skip, trying to work it. Should be an open approach from there.
Rebecca Cox with her third after the OB shot. Perhaps she found her way back in bounds, Val. Currently, the leaderboard has her on the fairway after 2.
Yeah, any throw that does end up OB on 18 off of the tee pad, you go immediately to the drop zone.
Okay. Where is Missy at in this fairway? Hasn't made the corner.
She's about there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's in that clump of trees right on the corner. See, it's really obstructing her stance. That vine kind of resting on her back.
And clean through the wall of cedars with that flippy Manus. She's done that a couple times today. Just a flick of the wrist, understable. 16 is treacherous. There are just no angles for a scramble attempt.
You really have to work with that skip play. Air flight can only bring you around the corner so much, so that something overstable, low to the ground with that amount of angle allows the disc to skip on edge and bring them closer.
Rebecca, an opportunity for birdie with an up and down. That's a park job. That'll be a tap in birdie to move her to 7, just one off our leader in Vegas.
Dude, nothing.
That's a tough backhand. Wow.
So they're throwing uphill to the island green. There is no drop zone up on the island this year. So if I'm reading the rules correctly, you have to continue to throw until you land on that island.
Oh, wow.
If it is played as an island where you have to land on it.
That would be a big change. Will she go hyzer? Oh, goes with the little baby flex, nose up. It sounds like we had our first time extension of the year called on Missy on that second shot out of the woods by one of her card mates. And per the rules, she'll have one more time extension remaining, and there goes the umbrella just in time for FPO to be finishing up. They're going to have to play 2 more holes. The slight downpour. You just got to feel for the MPO, huh? First round of the season, inch of rain on the horizon.
It's going to be a long round. There's already so much to focus on for every shot you're throwing out here.
Lisa letting this one ride. Talk about a veteran. Valarie, it was 13 years ago that Lisa Fakis cashed at her first national tour event back in Texas. That is a long career.
Yeah, I was gonna trade. I can take one. This is theirs.
Can win. T of 18. Getting breezy out there.
Yeah, I'm thinking the rain's coming. The wind can certainly affect these discs, throwing from the top of the hill down into the valley.
Look at the truss. Did it turn too quick? Hard to tell.
Rebecca going with a more straight shot than the other throws that we've seen so far.
Green. That was great. Okay.
A bit easier to commit when you can see the full flight of the disc. You can see the area you're trying to hit down there at the bottom of the hill.
Gannon squeaks it in for par.
Okay.
Rebecca taps in. All smiles here. She has what it takes. She has been close. Another athlete who has been at this sport a long time, coming out of Cincinnati. At the moment, they're giving her a par on the 18th. We'll have to wait and see if that first tee shot was out of bounds. At the moment, a par gets her to 6 under. She's in a tie for second place, currently positioned on that lead card.
Cat Merch at the top of that second page, 3 down for today's round. Last year, she popped off the 8 down. That was the best score that we saw out of last year's event. So it is possible to make something happen. A little more work left for these players. Macy Veladiaz, she's played really well out here the last 2 years. First year she was pregnant. Last year with the newborn baby. 18, it is such an insane finishing hole. So much can happen. You start off with the elevated tee pad and you have to land into this very well marked landing zone here at the bottom of the hill. We saw a lot of players turning it over to the right. That's going to bring you closer to the hillside where the basket is just at the top, so you can be more aggressive. If you turn off the tee over to the left off the tee, much more safe, but you'll have to lay it up to the right, and you got to climb the hill. The basket is up here on this island green. You got to get the height perfect, and then you have to make sure that it's not going too far or left or right. There's so many things that can come into play on the angle of release. You just want to get to the top so you can tap it in.
Because the way the wording was so confusing.
Everyone has to throw the shot.
It said something about all subsequent throws,
Which is all throws after.
after. So, but before that, it said DZ +1 penalty if you didn't cross in bounds.
You didn't cross.
And
So
didn't
any that
specify if you did cross in bounds, like, you know what I mean? It doesn't for sure.
Oh,
So you could totally
just play it there.
Okay, I'm gonna play from up there without penalties. And that's okay within the rules.
Yeah. Who else went up?
Well, that's the clarification we needed, Val, for Rebecca's situation. It is not mandatory drop zone. The drop zone is only if you did not cross in bounds.
Well done.
That's a good placement shot. She'll have a chance for an up and down for a par. Here's Gannon on the 17th. Hit the hill, and it does to perfection. Seems to be the best way to slow the shot down.
Powerful. Very strong throw from Ella. I think that's deep, and that could be...
I think so.
Hopefully it stays on the hillside, but that was a lot of speed and could go rolling down. So yeah, there is quite a few rule changes here on 18 specifically. It was always, go to that drop zone. But yeah, this is for lost disc or never crossing inbound. You go to the drop zone. Otherwise, it's standard OB rules apply.
So Fakis will have an opportunity still to pitch up, get up and down for a par, and keep the lead at 8. And you called it, Val. Ella deep with that forehand. She smartly lays it up under the bucket. Nearly 60% of the field carding a par on 17. Nearly 40% carding the birdie. Second easiest hole on the course. Bit of a nervy look for Gannon. "28 feet. The speed control was there. The line was a bit off.
I really like this change up with the opportunity to get a birdie to finish this round. I think it's going to make for just more drama as we get closer to finding out who a champion will be, because there's so much that could happen on this green.
There's the third. It's a question of how nose up do you want to throw your approach? You know, do you keep it further, have to throw it up longer distance to the pin, but nearly straight up? And this is a misfire from Rebecca, and that is going to cost her an opportunity at the lead card.
And like you said, she's going to have to move closer to that hillside. She's going to have to take her next shot just basically right at the base, throwing straight up the hill. So Lisa, she had thrown Ovi off of her tee shot and chose to lay up. And when you lay up, or you have that decision to make of exactly where you want to be, you should be focused on what's the footing like? What is that angle like as I have to throw a pretty big drive up to that basket? And you know, what disc you like to throw, all the sorts of things, especially when you're choosing to lay up to a certain spot. Hole 18, you can really start to add the strokes if you're not keeping the disc inbounds. Then our big throwers, they have the potential to eagle this hole, landing where Hannah just threw from, throwing up to the hill and tapping it in for an eagle 3.
Here's Lisa. It is a tough forehand. Have to really drop the elbow. Get up. And she has enough. She is up on the green, pin high. She'll be putting for an 8 under in the hot round to start the season. I go back to Lisa's performance at the 2021 World Championships. It was the year that, James Conrad threw the holy shot. It was also the year that Kat Allen threw that miraculous approach to try on Paige, but just a few holes before that, Lisa had an opportunity to birdie and take the lead on 16. She ends up 3-putting, ends up getting 3rd place at the World Championships. She's had a long career, still going for that first Elite Series, and here are the only 2 Europeans in the field. The young Ida Emilia Nesse had an up and down day, finishing at a 5 over. Onken 3 over in the last 2 holes. She's still under par for the day.
Uh-oh. Beautiful. She was getting nervous that maybe that had too much pop on it.
We're familiar with this forehand, and it is turning over, questioning the reliability of that disc stability.
Oh gosh.
Very high in the sky. She needed that to dig into the ground as sailing OB. Sets up really nicely to be throwing a left-hand backhand.
Been waiting all day for this.
Does it get down in time?
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, it can't get any better. I mean, a simple hyzer up to the green for an eagle opportunity, that could get her back to 3 under.
Yeah, it's very fortunate to be thinking about simple hyzers on 18. What a beautiful shot. I mean, she puts a full rip on this. It flips up to flat, but then hyzers just in time, and you still want to land it in a place where there's good footing, and thankfully she skips up but lands in that flat spot. Prime position for her second shot.
Running back the highlights from round 1, that's Missy Gannon with her captain's thrasher to find the bullseye.
Missy kind of just set the pace. I mean, she was the only one to birdie from our featured card on hole 1. Let's see a highlight from Paige. That's a good thing. Paige getting her first birdie on hole 5.
Colin connects from C2. Look at the pace, just dropping it in. And Hannah Wynn, this was to go 6 under through 10. An incredible run by Hannah.
Yeah, we mentioned quite a few names, players being at the top. It's switch positions, people vying for the lead. Rebecca Dawn with a huge putt right there. She was just crushing it and cruising at this point. Hole 17, that was brutal to watch. Hole 18, here she is at the top of the hill putting for bogey.
Air ball left for the single bogey. This is the young MJ Gager. She's 2 under. And a confident putting stroke in front of the crowd. She'll drop down to 1. But a good start to her season. right side stick. Anna Wynn ends up 10 for 14 from C1X. It was a rocky back nine, but a fire start. At one point, she was 7 under through 10 with 6 birdies in a row. That is Fakis. I believe the only clean scorecard in the clubhouse, and it's for the solo lead. And the double from Rebecca. She goes 5 over in the last 2 to go from 9 down to 4 down, and she drops off the lead card.
Okay.
She's going to fall all the way to the 3rd card at best.
Yeah. I'll be having fun watching that from my house. Good luck to you guys. Yeah, and then, are you guys still talking about Utah? Yeah, and then they said you could take like a ski lift. I'm like, I'm scared to death of height. People not, no. Oh, yeah. I'm like, don't. I got to off right now. I can't even breathe. She's like, I'll walk. Yeah, seriously. I'll see you guys in 2 hours.
Macy checks up short. Yeah, you really have to think about that approach shot. You see that little hillside, and that can really come into play. You want to make sure that you have a run up as you're trying to throw that last shot up and over to the basket, up and over that ridge. You need a lot of power behind your shot. So a good run up is essential.
Missy Gannon will have an opportunity to get herself on the lead card for day 2. Ellie Ezra middling. She is way back in the fairway, but we know she has the power, giving herself the green light.
And look at the angle that she gets to throw. It's just straight up the gut. And she leaves it wide.
Oh, and it tries to punch through.
I heard the audible snap, and I'm just watching all the spectators in the back. They're trying to mimic the snap as well. They're like, that's what I need to throw that hard and that far. But yeah, she leaves this one late release. There was a chance it could fight through those trees, but instead it just gets smacked down short. Does not cross inbounds at any point up there, so she'll be just advancing another 20-30 feet to the edge of that OB line.
And that is the young Norwegian on the bag. Coming back after the difficult round 1 to caddy for her friend. And this is also not an easy shot. And to get up on the green is probably north of 350 with the power. What a shot. She'll have an opportunity for a par save. Rain is here, and it is here to stay for the rest of the day, folks.
And I do not see Ellie with an umbrella, so she is ready to get off the course. I thought we were gonna get lucky in this morning round, but we are finishing up, and there's a backup on 18.
Taking a look at the radar for the day, it has actually changed to 1.5 inches predicted for the Brooksville area. That's the type of rain that dramatically changes the land. I mean, they did a lot of work in preparation for this because the footing on some of these slopes becomes risky.
Yeah, and trying to get grip when you're putting on a hillside, that can be so tough because you don't have the grip that you expect out of the power, the push that you need out of your back foot.
Anakin, a great opportunity for eagle here. It's deep. Does it roll off? It does not. Now, how will they play it, Val? Is it where she was last in bounds up on the green?
There was just the term island green.
Yeah.
And island green to me usually means you have to land exactly on the island.
Right, or you rethrow. We'll have to wait and see just how they decided to play it. Cynthia approaching.
Well, can't be too disappointed with today's round. Not necessarily what she expected, or the level that she can actually shoot on this course, but she is still in contention. Putting together a couple of great rounds could put her back in that mix, and she could be defending a title. There's so much that can happen on this course. I hope the weather holds up the next 2 days. I haven't looked at the forecast, but so much can happen.
Val really needs it to tip over. It continues to, and it somehow is going to get to the ground. Kept resisting the urge to fade and just gently turning into a flat shot. We saw the forehand power on the 12th. Addison delivers again. Nose board flat. Negative launch angle, and it's too good. It finds that little bubble of out of bounds.
Yeah, that OB kind of comes in to the inbounds area. You can either land left or you turn it over more to the right, and she just kept it too straight.
No question, Holland has the power to go forehand eagle. Slip on the tee, but it's overstable enough. Does it get down? It does. That'll be a great spot for another power forehand. She has a chance actually to get to 6 under. That'll bump her up to the lead card.
Jordan Lynn throwing it down to the ground. That is a surefire way to know that the disc is going where you aim it. Throwing an elevated shot with all that height underneath it, it can end up anywhere, especially when the wind picks up.
We're going to send it down to Brian Earhart. He's with Rebecca Cox. She is in a tie for second place.
Rebecca Cox joins us now. First round of the season. You finished 6 under par out there at Olympus. You were talking to me as we were walking up to interview booth. A lot more scoreable layout this year, and fun was a word that came out. Can you talk to us about what you're seeing out there?
Yeah, it's not very common that we come to course changes and they're shortening some of our holes. So going into the round knowing that there's like more birdie opportunities, even eagle opportunities out there, it kind of makes you feel a little bit better, especially since it doesn't feel as much of like a bomber course.
This offseason, you were posting videos continuously grinding on the mechanics and the technique. How do the changes, the adjustments, everything feel good going into the first round?
Oh yeah, I wasn't making big changes or anything, just kind of little tweaks here and there, just things that make my throw feel smoother. So some things were a little off, but overall I'm feeling pretty good about it.
In general, you took 1 bogey on 11. Otherwise pretty clean, 7 birdies out there on the course. How much do you feel like you need to clean up to go even deeper under par tomorrow?
With it being more scoreable, I really feel like as long as I kind of keep the bogeys clean, just clean up a couple things here and there. I was very comfortable with just playing for par. It was that that was just a missed putt. But as I think if I just go in and kind of have the same game plan I did today, I should be good.
You and Jessica Weiss on 18 were laughing about the turnover you threw up to the green. Can you talk about how steep that angle is and what you're having to see from down there?
Yeah, it's just throwing over a gigantic wall, and it's kind of weird because I'm aiming not at the top of the trees, but like at the sky above the trees, just to make sure that I'm really getting it high enough. You don't really throw that many angles like that on tour, so it's kind of a funny little shot.
Well, you avoided the rain. Looking like clear weather tomorrow. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to just getting out there and having fun, and just this is my job, and it's like the best job in the world, so not putting any pressure on myself or having any big expectations, just going to go out there and have fun.
Rebecca, nice round today. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
So after the rules discussion on the 18th, Rebecca was out of bounds, and as we heard, you do not have to go to the drop zone. She finishes with 5 pars in a row, just 1 bogey on the day, 6 under par, lands her in 2nd place. She's tied with Owen Scoggins and Taylor Chosek.
And a good putting performance, 80% C1X. I think that's one thing that has held Rebecca from being a name that we continually mention. She's a great thrower. She is so accurate. And when she can get those putts to land in the basket, we see her name at the top.
This rain becoming quite the issue for this last card. These last 2 cards, rather. You can see them just last minute pulling the disc from underneath the towel. I always felt like it was hard to trust your grip. Sometimes you even over grip it when you're getting the disc dry at the last moment like that.
Yeah, I always like the move of protecting my disc underneath my shirt. And so I have, contact with my hand and the disc, making sure I had that it was tacky enough, but it's not going to slip. Yeah, it just takes those few extra moments of focus to make sure you have good connection on that disc. Oh, and look at Holland's knee. Got shredded up from the slip on the tee pad.
And that branch, and considering the tough conditions with the rain, she's not going to give herself the green light for the eagle.
And to make that contact so hard that it breaks skin, she's bleeding. Hopefully it doesn't bruise anything. I hope she's all right.
Addison just 20 feet in front of Holland. She's unobstructed, currently debating whether or not she should send this for the birdie or lay up, maybe 80 feet in front of her?
Well, from here, we can see the basket. And I think still she could see the top of the pin. And I think that's the ideal thing to do. If you're trying to aim for something, if you can see your target, that's a good angle to go for. When and if she chooses to lay up short, it's going to be a blind shot. It's going to be directly uphill. The angle and the nose up is going to be so challenging. Go, go, go. Can't get much luck off of that hill.
No.
If you start to dig into that hillside, it's not likely you're going to get that skip.
Here's the slip. Oh, that front foot straight out in front, and that turf really did bite.
And ideally, she would have loved to release that 50 feet to the right. That would have put her in a great landing zone. It was great distance. So adding a stroke to her scorecard by keeping it safe. And Holland has big expectations coming into this season. She's going to be a little bit more locked in, knowing now she was our player of the year. She is the best player currently on the tour. All eyes are on her, and we're excited to see what she can show us this season. The height underneath this sidearm, spiking down just outside the bullseye.
That'll be a birdie look. That'll get her to 5. Wasn't her best day off the tee, just 7 for 18 circle 1 in regulation. She had the 1-3 putt on the 14th. And yet she'll likely just be 3 strokes off our leader.
Oh, it doesn't seem like anything out here. 3 strokes is nothing.
We're going to send it down to an interview with Lisa Fakis. Take it away, Brian.
Lisa Fakis joins us here in the clubhouse after round 1, 8 under par. You were stoked walking in to do this interview. How did the round feel? No bogeys on the day.
Yeah, bogey free is my first goal, and beyond that, it feels great to execute a large amount of those shots. I can't say I was perfect out there, but I'm very happy with how the execution came through on the game plan.
11 for 12 circle 1, 1 for 2 circle 2, only 2 missed putts on the day. Some of those greens got a little bit windy. Can you talk about what it was like putting out there?
Yeah, for me, it just felt really comfortable in my routine. My putting feels really seasoned right now, and I don't have to think about putting too much, luckily, or over-practice it, because it's feeling good. So, like, just less thought, better.
Mm-hmm. A lot of players were telling me that their off-season were spent completely resting, not playing a lot of disc golf. Mm-hmm. What was it like for you, and how did you prepare for this event?
Similar. I did not play any disc golf for almost the entire off-season, except one tournament in November. I played an all-women's tournament back in Texas. Shout out the Wildflower Disc Golf Tour. But I played that tournament, but that was the only thing I played since the championship. Mm-hmm. So I basically played none. I sat at home and did a lot of exercising and made sure I was working out very consistently so I can gain some power. Yeah.
Going into round 2, you had a clean 8 down, 8 birdies on the day. Get a little nitpicky. What do you still feel like you want to clean up to go lower tomorrow?
I missed a putt on hole 13, and it was the elevated basket. I was there in the circle for that one. That one kind of stings, but it's okay. And then going OB on hole 18 was a little gnarly, but I was OB by this much long, and it was raining on the tee pad. That made it a little harder. Also, I got off on hole 3 and hole 4. I just didn't get clean tee shots. Yeah, so I've got a little bit to work on there just to execute better.
Well, it was a great round today, Lisa. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Isn't it funny? Even if you had the hottest round of the day, there's still some room for improvement. But if I could tell Lisa any advice, I mean, just keep it rolling. To see her repeat at 8 under in the next 2 rounds, I think that could be and lead her to a championship. You're always going to have a few errors here or there. It's hard to play perfect, but Lisa, she gave herself some bonus opportunities. Some big putts went in for her today. And I think this was a big moment. I mean, she's going neck and neck with Rebecca Dawn on the same card. Rebecca's struggling. Lisa throws a beautiful tee shot like that and just drops in the birdie.
The only clean scorecard of the day, 92% from C1X. That is the way that Fakis has gotten it done throughout the entirety of this long career. Again, 13 years ago, she took her first top 10 at a national tour back in Texas. She's from Canyon Lake, just between San Antonio and Austin. Here's Addison Woodard, and the rain continues to get stronger. Great shot. It's tricky. You know, you're throwing straight uphill. Got to get the nose up. It's easy to just throw it into that hill or just stall it and see it come backwards.
And that's with good grip. It's tough to focus in with all this rain coming down. Raindrops are just pelting on Missy Gannon's disc as it finds the ground nice and safe. She'll have a couple of different options from there. I don't think that got to clear any or cross any inbounds, so she'll proceed to the drop zone.
Similar situation for Pierce. Ooh, this is going to be tough. Overturns it. Does it have the stability? And it does. That is the Cloudbreaker that we saw last year. That's what she got herself the back-to-back eagles with to take it down, and it doesn't let her down here in the rain. Well, it was just a few hours ago. We were back here on the tee of 6 underneath this Florida sunshine, and it has turned into a different day down on the course. Just one card out. What a day it's been. Missy Gannon, the only player on that final featured card here in the top 10. And she has an opportunity now to birdie and push Chosek off of the lead card for round 2.
Yeah, the strategy for this featured card is probably different than most of the field had to deal with because of the rain. You know, an aggressive shot, even if Missy is in just the ideal position, because of the rain, she might choose to lay up or do something off of the game plan because the weather is just awful for what they're playing in right now. And that's just unfortunate, you know, luck of the draw with when you teed off or timing, but it's what they got to deal with. Almost there. Really, truly in the home stretch. It is raining, but it is less humid. Go figure.
It's been pretty wet earlier, and these are the moments, Val, where I'm just so grateful I'm here in the booth, not having to endure, because that's what this really becomes. Wet plastic is just not fun to try and grip and throw, and a moment ago, Holland Hanley for birdie. She's up and in. That is a 5 under opening round with 3 bogeys. One of those a 3-putt.
Jordan finishes off even par. Started off 3 under, but picked up bogeys along the way. Solid performance from Addison, 3 under. Val at 2 under. And seeing these scorecards pop up, I mean, it just adds the weight to Lisa Fakis, a bogey-free round. It's so solid for Lisa. We don't mention it, and maybe we shouldn't mention it, but she is a Masters player. She is one of our older players in the field, and it's great to see her, kind of getting into her prime, feeling more confident about how she plays, and just knowing the ropes as one of our veterans.
Ella got quite aggressive there from probably north of 400 feet.
And that's her game plan. That's how she is able to eagle this hole. And she's going for the glory.
Ella again gets the red flag, double OB on the 18th. This is where the caddy really comes in handy. Look, Missy is able to stay under the umbrella, get the disc, keeps it dry.
It's so crucial. You need multiple hands to help yourself, just get into the mindset, get ready to throw.
It has just enough. That was Missy Gannon's third shot. She will be putting for birdie and for a lead card spot. And a beautiful turnover from Madison Walker. That's a great way to finish her round. And look, you can already see the water pooling up inside the bullseye.
It's been raining for about 10 minutes or so, but it is accumulating very quickly on the course. Whew. Almost there. I'm sure a lot of these players on our feature card are thinking at this moment, just get up there, and to see everybody at the top of the hill climbing their way. This course is so fun to watch because it can be so dramatic. You want to put up a good score in the first round, but it's how you can maintain. Can you follow it up? And we see these players, a handful of strokes under par. That's exactly the position you want to be in that race, and you have to keep it up. You have to be so focused, but you have to be aggressive, even on the scariest of tee shots. And I think this course has a lot of them. I mean, think of all those tunnel shots that we've had to throw, all those elevated tee pads, and the greens. They're so tricky.
We just got word that the horn just blew, which is quite tragic because we had a few putts left. I'm assuming that's due to the lightning. What do you make of that situation, Val? You're almost done with your round. What do you make of that?
It's brutal. It's brutal for these players. They just want to be done and finished, and now they have to sit around for minimum of a half hour until they can get back out on the course. And it sounds like that's what we'll be doing too.
Well, we're going to take a short break. I'm going to run and grab a bagel next door. We'll see you guys soon on the Disc Golf Network.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that teabag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Ever since I threw my first Frisbee, I dreamed of making flying discs. Now, whenever a customer wants their own course, stamp, or brand, I do everything I can to help make their dreams come true. Gateway Disc Sports, an open invitation.
Over the years, I learned to keep things simple. The right discs, the right feel, no distractions. The ATS reflects that. It's streamlined, balanced. Everything has a place. This is my first signature bag, and I'm proud to put my name on it.
Here, the journey is as exciting as the destination. Every turn reveals something new. Hidden trails, crystal waters, and unforgettable moments. Whether you're exploring the outdoors or losing track of time, the possibilities are endless. It's where adventure comes alive, and memories are yours to make. Come find your escape, your next big play. Florida's Adventure Coast, Brooksville, Wekiwachi, nature's place to play.
Across the globe, UPlay's mission stays the same, to enhance communities through the sport of disc golf. From remote Alaskan landscapes to vibrant communities in Uganda, we're sharing the joy of the game. UPlay partners with schools, leaders, and local players to create spaces where everyone can learn, play, and grow. Because wherever people are willing to connect, that's where UPlay will be.
Hey, my name's Adam Ringwood. I'm a teacher with the LifeWork Transition Program in St. Johns County, Florida. This grant gives our students access to a lifetime sport they can continue enjoying well beyond our program. It supports not only physical development, but also independence and community connection. We're so thankful to Edge, the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and the Community Connect program. Thank you very much for making this opportunity all possible. Thanks again. We're so thankful for the Edge for investing in our students and helping us to grow this game in such a meaningful way.
Well, welcome back. It was confirmed there was a lightning strike detected within the acceptable range. So we are taking a 30-minute break. We have 4 putts left on this final card, but we are going to give the Disc Golf Network camera crew the break that they need before coming back out into the rain for the men's round. So for all the diehard fans out there that want to see how this feature card finishes up, that'll of course be on Jomez Pro. So really, this is the call. You know, we're missing 4 putts. Val, what do you make of this interesting situation?
Yeah, and these putts, not essential. I mean, we were looking at maybe the potential to be on the lead card tomorrow. Missy Gannon with that only opportunity, and she's putting for par on 18. So this is where it will stand. We'll see these players tomorrow. Lisa Fakis, of course, at the top. Rebecca Cox, Own, and Taylor Chosick. So that should be a pretty fun card tomorrow.
Yep.
But yeah, a weird way to end the round, especially with just a few more throws left for the women. But it was an exciting round, seeing everybody playing in the dry conditions early on.
I mean, it was a great way to start the season off. I mean, there was plenty of scoring opportunities. I'm trying to recall what my guess for the OTB shot of the day will be. I've got one coming to mind. It was the downhill, the 9th, Holland's flip-up shot that got the little boost when it hit the ground, and she parked that hole. Perhaps Rebecca Dawn's approach on 16. What do you think, Val?
Ooh, on 16. I was thinking Rebecca's huge putt on hole 13. That was probably the longest putt we saw all day. I know Lisa Fakis hit a few huge putts from...
Oh, the 11th, yeah.
Out in the trees. I thought it was an approach, but it went in.
Looked like a throw, yep.
Yeah, so we got a handful of good shots to see.
All right, let's see what it is. OTB shot of the day.
There we go. That's Lisa in there.
The Texas Tornado, the veteran, still looking for her first Elite Series win. She's off to a great start with a hot round. The only bogey-free 8 under. 2 ahead. Taking a look at the broadcast times. More than likely, those MPO broadcast times that you see will be adjusted due to this lightning delay. But same time tomorrow, pending that the men finish in daylight. Check us out here on the Disc Golf Network. All of this presented by Powerball. What a great start to the year, Val. Really an honor to join you here in the booth. Catch you later for that MPO action. Thanks for joining us here on the Disc Golf Network.